Hello, 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 Sabah al Khair. Hello, good morning, everyone. Do you hear me?
Okay, you are audible,
Yeah,
Mr.
that's very nice. Sanai University. Do you hear me? Do you hear me well? Hello, am I audible? Hello, Sanai University. Do you hear me? Hello, Sanai University. Dr. Abdul Wadud Nuzaili. Do you hear me? Dr. Abdul Wadud Nuzaili. Dr. Abdul Hamid Shuja. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Clearly.
good. That's good. That's good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, it's good.
اكتبهم ما تصير تخليه يطلع لنا في المؤقتا يعني ولا شيء؟ لا حتى ولا صعب؟
معليش انهم ولا على الكبار.
الحين عندما بيتكلموا هو بجوهانا صح؟
Please, Sanai University, kindly mute yourself. Kindly mute yourself.
بس لا أقصد هو أي واحد يتكلم
Hello. Hello, good morning, Sajida ma'am. Sajida ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, Isa. Good
Yeah,
morning.
Yeah,
How
thank
are
you for
you?
being with us. Yeah, I'm fine. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Is it okay, sir? Okay. That echo is because
Mr. Isa, I think echo coming
yeah,
from there.
the echo is there because we are using two systems here,
Okay.
and both of them are animated.
Okay. Okay.
Isa, I hope there is no change in our schedule, right?
Yes, ma'am, there is not. It's the
Yes,
same.
ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, there is no change. It's
Okay.
the same.
So all the plenary speakers and
Same. Everything is same, ma'am.
okay, fine. Well and good.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah, I think now it's muted. Hello, sir. Do you hear me? Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Dr. Abdul Nuzaili, is everything okay? Can you unmute yourself, please? Dr. Abdul Nuzaili, kindly unmute yourself. Sister, we can start. Yes.
Yeah, nothing to go for. Nothing to the go for. System 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Abdul Nuzaili, unmute yourself.
Without translation, we would be living in provinces bordering on silence. Good morning, all. A warm welcome to the second day of our 3-day international webinar on 5 T's: Translation Theory, Tools, Techniques, and Tactics, organized by Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala, in association with Department of Translation, Faculty of Languages, University of Sana, Yemen, and the School of Language and Literature, Farouk College, Calicut. Thank you.
So shall we start?
No. Just wait, please.
We have 2 technical sessions today. We have 5 technical sessions today. I welcome Dr. Abdul Wadud Anuzaili, Assistant Professor in the Department of Translation, Sana University, to chair the session.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. Good morning, everybody. First of all, if I'd like to say anything, I'd like to extend my thanks to the organizing committee. And I'd like to thank all my brothers and sisters and friends in India And I'd like to extend also my thanks to the leadership of our college, represented by Professor Muhammad Al-Nasser. If I'd like also to add something on translation being my area of research, I'd like to say that translation is an act of creating an equivalence or non-exists, as some scholars claim. Translation, it goes without saying that framing practices into theories, or rather theorizing the practices, contributes to the area of translation studies. I'd like to lay stress in one part of a divisive argument that that practice is considered as a cornerstone of propounding and developing a theory, which is per se, which is an abstract practice per se. Moreover, translation is regarded as a cultural and linguistic study that requires an observation of the differences of both the source language and target language texts. The process of developing, in fact, the process of developing a translation theory relies on the study of translation practices that shall inform the aspects of the proposed theory, having in mind the concept of the original text as propounded by Walter Benjamin in his article, The Task of the Translator in 1923. Having this in mind, one can embark on talking about translation theories, practices, techniques, and in this session, we'll start with the first one. We'll start about the techniques of teaching translation, and we'll start with our teacher, Professor Abdulhamid Al-Shuja'. He'll be the plenary speaker. Then we'll have three speakers. Each one will be given 10 minutes, then 2 or 3 minutes for the participants to comment or interact with the speaker. Professor Abdulhamid Al-Shuja' is currently the Vice Dean for Quality Assurance, Faculty of Languages, Sana'a University. He was the Director of Translation and Language Teaching Center, Faculty of Languages, Sana'a University. He was the former head of English department at our college, Faculty of Languages, Sana'a University. He teaches translation and applied linguistics courses at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels at Sana'a University and a number of private universities. He supervised and examined over 30 theses, PhD and MA theses on translation and applied linguistic issues. He has offering translation services to a number of local and international organizations for over 15 years. He published a number of research papers, book reviews in Yemen, Algeria, India, Australia, and the UK. He's a language editor and a member of editorial boards of local and international boards. So Dr. Abdulhamid Al-Shuja' will be given 30 minutes and then 5 minutes for the participants to interact with him. So please.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Dr. Abdul Wadud Al-Nuzaili, and thanks to you all in India, in the other corner of the world. I'm very much happy to see you today and presenting something related to translation. In fact, yesterday, most of the talks were about theoretical aspects of translation, and some reference was made to practice of translation. And today, I'm going to try to link between these two aspects of translation, which are theory and practice. And I'm going to take you directly to the classroom where these two things meet together in front of or in the presence of teachers and students. So my presentation will cover certain topics, as you can see in the PowerPoint. We're going to talk about, we're given some teaching methods. We're going also to talk about little research conducted and so the agenda, let's go back to the agenda. So introduction, definition of some basic terms, requirements of student translators, requirements of translation instructors, techniques for the translation classroom, and finally, we're going to draw some conclusions. So starting with the introduction, when we talk about teaching translation methods or teaching methods for translation, we may say that the research is rare in this area. We cannot see a whole book, a textbook for teaching methods for translation, neither research conducted in this issue, which makes it a challenge for translators, translation teachers, and translators. Is there best method for teaching translation, which is also a controversial issue, which also applies to the teaching methods of language in general. And according to Prabhu in 1991, he proposed what he called an eclectic method, where the teacher of translation or teacher of language should depend on different aspects taken from different methodologies, different techniques of teaching. The same applies to translation, where we have different methods adapted from teaching methodology of language, whether it is English or any other languages, and we can apply such kind of methods into the teaching of translation. Another question which also may rise is there best theory, method, or technique of translation to produce acceptable translations? That's also, I think, was the topic of yesterday's talks, where all the speakers mostly said no single method to produce an acceptable translation, where we can play with a variety of techniques, a variety of methods, so that we can work towards the final product of a translation. So having said this, let me go to define some basic terms. And the terms are translation or translating, teaching, and learning. So these are very basic terms, basic to translation, teaching. So the first question is, what does translating involve? Translating here, I'm using the gerund form to refer to the classroom process, and to refer to the process that really takes place during producing or the production of a text from a source language into a target language. So in order to visualize the process of translating, we have to consider what really translation involves. So the first point is that, which is a general issue, that is transferring meaning from language 1 to language 2. And language 1, as it is clear, to the source language. So that process of transferring meaning is the crux of the business of translation, where it involves a lot of things on the part of the teachers, on the part of the translators, on the part of students, translators. Again, when dealing with the source text and the target text. So that's why we're using a gerund form to express that it is an active process, interactive process, interactional process, where a lot of things meet together, meet to produce a final product that is appropriate in all aspects, in terms of grammar, semantics, accuracy, pragmatics, cultural aspects, audience acceptance, etc. So the other aspect of translation, which we translating, which we should consider, is that it is an active thinking and processing. Again, on the part of the translator, and the part of the teacher in the classroom, and the part of the student, again, in the classroom. So it is an active thinking and processing of the source text and its equivalent in the target text. A third point is that it is also a process of taking the right decision at the right time. Is it to choose this word or that word? To choose that phrase or this phrase? Is it to break up the sentence into chunks or leave it as it is? Is it to paraphrase the sentence to start from the end and make it at the beginning or vice versa? That's why we say it is a process of taking the right decision at the right time. And it's really a hard work to translate. It is really daunting to do a translation task where you have to spare a lot of efforts physically and mentally. And this kind of process should also be transferred into the classroom. So let me go to the next point, which is relating to the translating. What does it involve? So again, it involves serving both the text and the reader. So we serve the source text to transfer to the reader of the target text. Sorry. And this is also a kind of another aspect, which is a demanding aspect of translation, how to serve. So we imagine you serve somebody. So you have to make sure that you make that someone satisfied with your service. So serving the text and the reader is also a kind of serving human beings to satisfy their desires and their needs. Then again, during this process of translation, we also have editing and revising, which is also a basic and a vital step of translation, which can be done at the end of the task, sometimes in the middle. It depends on the type of the text and the type of the translation type. And finally, ultimately, seeking completeness of message in the target language. That means we make sure that the message is complete in terms of meaning and structure, in terms of ideas, in terms of culture, in terms of social aspects, in terms of we try hard to transfer the intended meaning intended by the writer, the original or the source writer. So these aspects, for me, and I think my colleagues share this idea, make the translation process. Now let's move into the second basic term relevant to today's talk, which is teaching. So a lot of people, a lot of teachers, they say, I explain a lot in the class, but students are not able to understand me. Now, teaching is not explaining. Teaching means the teacher has to be a dynamic person in the class where he or she has to guide and facilitate learning. So so teachers, either in a language classroom or a translation classroom, should guide the students, the learners, and help them to learn. So how to do that? It is to create conditions, what we call learning experiences, that make the learning or that make the environment conducive to learning, where the learners are able to learn. The teacher in the class, either translation teacher or language teacher or any kind of teacher, geography, history, science, the basic job of the teacher is to create such conditions, such environment where it is really helpful for the learner to learn. And also providing feedback, which should always be positive feedback. Even the student makes mistakes or problems or struggles in producing an acceptable translation or acceptable piece of language, we should also be encouraging and positive, providing him with the right feedback at the right time. So then the teacher requires what, or the teaching requires the teacher to be helper, guide, facilitator, supporter, where everything is done towards the end of learning, or to help the learners to learn. This takes us to the other basic term, which is learning. How is it seen? Is it by just memorizing things? So it is acquiring knowledge or a skill. And so the learners should acquire, should gain that knowledge and skill as a prerequisite for learning. And then we sometimes see a change in the learner's behavior, though it is a traditional term, a change in the behavior, but we can also say a change in their mentality, a change in their skill, a change in their abilities. So if we see that kind of change in their abilities, that we can say that there is learning. But if no change, no improvement in the learner's skills, abilities, then learning cannot be seen. Another aspect of learning, it is a kind of active and conscious focus on events that lead to learning, to acquiring knowledge.
Hello. Hello. Dr. Abdulhamid Shuja, there is a problem from your side. Could you please manage that? Hello. Sanaa University, there is a problem from your side. We can hear nothing. Could you please manage that?
Sorry, can't you hear that?
Yeah, now we can hear. Go on, please.
Okay. The problem is the capacity of the voice. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, you can go on.
Go ahead. Okay. The last aspect of learning is what we call the ability of the learners to transfer what they have learned in the classroom into real life situations. So if the learners are able to do this, then we can say confidently that some learning has been taken place. So having said this, defining the basic terms, teaching, learning, and translating, let's move now to the requirements of student translators. And again, this is common sense that where they have to have working knowledge of both languages, L1 and L2, and they have, again, working knowledge of translation theories, methods, and techniques. And also they should have good access to good dictionaries, both general and specialized ones. And also they should have some knowledge of the domain they are doing the translation in. So legal, business, medical, media, etc., knowledge of the text types, or sometimes you call them genres. Also, once we consider the translation process of the teaching process of translation, we should also consider the requirements of translation instructors or trainers or teachers, whatever they might be. So they should have the linguistic and extra linguistic knowledge of both L1 and L2. So the linguistic aspects of the language of the two languages, also the context, the environment, the cultural aspects, the surrounding conditions, all of these make up the linguistic and extra linguistic knowledge of both L1 and L2. They also, translation instructors should also have translational knowledge and experience to deal with texts. So to deal with text from the point of view of translation. Which method to be used, which technique to be used, etc. And also a third aspect of their knowledge and their experience, those teachers of translation should have pedagogical knowledge and experience to deal with learners, because we are going to deal with text and minds. So unless we have these two types of knowledge or these two types of experience, I think there will be a difficulty dealing with both text and minds at the same time. It's not like teaching a language only. It is teaching now two languages. It is teaching two languages at the same time, as well as teaching the skill of transferring meaning between these two languages. And that's why it is a demanding task, a daunting task for the translators and teachers of translation. And that's why these three basic requirements should be there in the any translation instructor or teacher. Once we have done this, let's now move to the classroom. Am I right? So
Hello, Professor Abdul Hamid Shuja. We can hear nothing from your side. Hello, Sanaa University. We can hear nothing from your side.
you well, I hear you clearly.
I hear you. Go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go on.
Shall I continue? Okay, so let's move now to the classroom, and this classroom is a place that tells us what happens for the translation process. What happens? So I look at the classroom as a place where theory and practice meet. Theory of translation and practice of translation meet. They meet and share ideas, share knowledge, share techniques, share ways of matching each other, ways of sorting out any tension between them, and ways of compromising between theory and practice. And that's why we say the translation classroom is a place where these two things meet. It is also a place where we can have lots of negotiation of or for meaning that takes place in the classroom. And this is, in fact, a term adopted from task-based learning, where there is a kind of negotiation for meaning. Students negotiate for meaning in a language classroom. We can adopt that, the same thing, into the translation classroom, where we can also negotiate meaning between the two texts, between the translator and the text, between the teacher and the students, etc. The classroom is also a place where the journey of translating, the journey of transferring meaning between L1 and L2 becomes visible to the translation learner. We know once we go to the classroom of translation, students feel afraid of translation. They feel that it's a difficult issue. It's a challenge for them. So once the instructors who have good experience in translation can transfer that journey and make it visible to the learners, to make them feel it, practice it, etc. So once we have said something about the classroom, let's now move to the techniques of or possible techniques of teaching translation, and I have made them of three types. Language-oriented techniques, which include analysis of the source text, paraphrasing the source text, discussing nuances of the source text, negotiating of meaning or for meaning. The other aspect of the other class, translation-oriented techniques. So number one, language-oriented. Number two, translation-oriented techniques, which are related to linking theory to practice, conscious application of translation techniques. So whenever we move into a sentence or a structure or phrase, we have to think which technique is possible here. What do you think? Is it literal? Is it adaptation? Is it modulation? Why? Why do you think so? Can we use this? Can we use both? Can we use three? So it is a kind of, this conscious application of translation techniques helps the learners or the translation students to be aware of what they are really doing, what is really translation. Also, the third technique is producing more than one acceptable translation, again, to give the translators a feeling and to give them confidence that we can have 2, 3, 4, 5 acceptable translations. There is not only one translation, which is a holy translation. No, that's wrong. So this kind of encouragement also helps them to understand more and more and become more applicable to more able to translate. The third class of techniques is pedagogy oriented techniques, encouraging individual, pair work, group work, etc. Writing sample sentences on the board and the screen to discuss the problems, encouraging peer evaluation, providing immediate feedback for individual learners, providing feedback for the whole class. All of these are pedagogical techniques that helps to achieve good results in translation classroom. Let's visualize. Let me now conclude. Let me visualize the classroom scene in this diagram. See the diagram. This is the diagram where we can see the classroom. So we start with the source language analysis, paraphrasing, negotiating meaning, working on the first draft, discussing translation problems and challenges, providing feedback, individual, pair, group, etc. And then we finally produce the final draft of the target language text. So this is the thing that we should do, or we should proceed on doing in the classroom. So to conclude, we have some conclusions. Number one, teaching translation is not an easy task because it requires three things: translational, linguistic, and pedagogical skills. We should also make the learners live and feel the activity of translation. How do professional translators do in the class, in their daily life, in their professional life? That should be transferred to the classroom. Authentic material should also be used as much as possible in the classroom to transfer the learners from the classroom atmosphere into the realities where they have lots of problems, lots of difficulties. Other conclusion that could be made is corrective feedback is vital for the translation class. Developing learners' awareness of translation methods and techniques while translating is also a must. Also, preparing learners to use all possible ways to convey the intended meaning is also something valid and something highly required to make the learners or to make them able to produce a text in various ways. And finally, focus should be equally made on the process and product of translation. So we shouldn't only be concerned with the product, we should also give equal emphasis on the process, what really happens during the translation process. So these are the conclusions of today's talk, and I hope you have enjoyed listening to me. Thank you very much for being attentive and cooperative, and shukran.
Thank you very much. Now we invite the participants.
I think there is range problem from your side.
Now we'd like
now we hear you. Okay, go on.
Yeah. Now for 5 minutes or 10 minutes max as maximum, we'd like to invite the participants if they have any interaction with the Professor Abdul Hamid Al-Shuja', who has made an informative lecture about the techniques of teaching translation and the process of teaching translation, which involves how to transfer the meaning from one language into another. And he highlighted the fact that a translator could be a servant to two masters. So you would be in a dilemma whether to satisfy the master of the source language text or the target language text. Second, then he moves to talk about what does teaching mean, and he gave an as I said, informative feedback or information about teaching of translation, which is not an kind or an act of explaining to the students, but an act of facilitating and guiding the process of learning to the students. Then he talked about how learning is seen and the requirements of novice translators, that they should be well versed in linguistic and extra linguistic skills. Then he talked about the techniques, and he classified the techniques of teaching translation into 3 points: language-oriented techniques, and translation-oriented and pedagogical-oriented techniques. Now, if there is any question, you can ask Professor Abdul Hamid Al-Shuja'.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Dear audience, actually now everyone can unmute him or herself, and if you have any question, you can ask.
The capacity of the voice is not clear.
Now, do you hear me now well?
There are some questions in chat box also.
Yeah, great. If there are some questions in the chat box, Dr. Ubaid will read them.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, go on.
Okay, go on. You first ask. Okay.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. This is Adya. I'm a student of MA Translation, JNU. So, since I joined a bit late, I'm not sure if the extralingual techniques that you talk about, you've already elaborated on or not. If time permits, could you please elaborate on the same?
Can you repeat the question because the capacity of the voice not clear? Or next,
Okay.
can you write the question so that we can understand because it's not clear?
Yes, sure. The extralingual techniques I'm talking about, I'll write it in the chat.
Okay.
So let me read the question written by Dr. Polisati C. Vishwanath. The question is, sir, which should be given more importance? Is it language-oriented or translation-oriented or pedagogical-oriented translation?
Which one should be given? Okay, thank you for this good question, Ms. Speaker. In fact, we should focus on these three aspects, on these three classes of techniques, which are language-oriented, translation-oriented, and pedagogy-oriented, because we cannot work with one only. Translation, teaching cannot be achieved without having these three classes of techniques. Because language, that means you have to have a good command of both languages, and you have to transfer this kind of command into the learners. You have to clarify to them the aspects of the points of differences between the two languages, the points of similarities, the points which may create challenges, etc. And then pedagogical, how to deal with human minds, how to deal with students. The translator instructor should have some educational background, some psychological background where he or she should deal with them in a humane way. The third one, which is translation, that means a basic and prerequisite knowledge of translation theories, techniques, and methods. So without all that together, we cannot do any translation teaching. I hope the answer is the question is answered well.
Thank you very much, sir. There is another question from Adi Adya. The question is, could you please elaborate on the extralingual techniques, please? On extralingual techniques, please. Okay.
Thank you. Extralinguistic techniques or knowledge means that it's not enough to understand the grammar and the vocabulary of one language. We should also understand the cultural aspects of that language, the contextual use of the language, the social use of the language. We have to think of the source. This source text. Where was it written? To whom it is written, and why was it written? Because these three aspects will help the translator to transfer the meaning into the target language perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any others? You are free to ask questions. You are unmute yourself and you can ask the questions, if any.
Okay, Professor Abdul Hamid Shuja, I have got a question here.
Yeah, 1 point.
Hear me? Yeah, this is Isa speaking to you. Dr. Abdul Hamid Shuja, as you have mentioned that, translation is not an easy task at all. It's a challenging task, and that's true. And translation is a matter of problem solving and decision making. And when we teach students, to make decisions, because sometimes when we translate, we will have a lot of options, and we need to select one option, and that is called decision making. How can we teach that, especially when it comes to culture, situational equivalence?
Put it in writing. This is what I said earlier, that the capacity of the voice is not clear. So any person would like to ask should put it in writing. Any question?
No, then we can go to the next paper presenter. So go on, please.
We'll move to the second speaker. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to say is that not only texture, but also textuality and context and co-text of both source language and target language text should be considered by the translator. Now we'll go to the revival of grammar translation method, merits and demerits in the post-COVID virtual language learning platform by Dr. Sajina Shapoor. Please go ahead, Dr. Sajina from Kannur.
Dr. Sajina Shapoor, are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Okay.
You're muted.
10 minutes.
Good morning, one and all. Honorable Chair, respected dignitaries across the globe, with all your kind permission, I am going to present the topic, Revival of Grammar Translation Method, Merits and Demerits in the Post-COVID Virtual Language Learning Platform. To begin with, the definition of grammar translation method is given by Richard J.C. and Schmidt-Tar in 2002. It's a method of foreign or second language teaching which makes use of translation and grammar study as the main teaching and learning activities. Coming to the origin of grammar translation method, it's a classical method. It's also known as classical method. It can be traced back to Erasmus in the 15th century. In those days, Latin and Greek were the languages taught for purely academic and religious purposes, and focus was on grammar rules and translation, and the intention of the teaching Latin and Greek was to promote intellect, so no training imparted in speaking skills. Moving on to the principles of grammar translation method, a typical textbook developed on the basis of grammar translation method comprised lessons organized under grammar rules. Lessons are transacted with the help of translation in mother tongue. Every word, including the grammatical items, are translated into learner's mother tongue. For example, if the foreign language English is taught, even the helping verbs is, was, am, etc. are translated into the mother tongue of the learner. And the classwork is structured, and that is the most prominent feature. Students found it difficult to use grammar as the chief aid to learn foreign language, so the focus was shifted to sentence as the basic unit. Didactic teaching of grammar, that is from known to unknown or general to particular, is the method under this, and comparison of structural patterns of both mother tongue and target language is used. Long elaborate explanations to teach grammar rules were there, and the use of native resources in mother tongue is employed. Text-oriented classwork is given priority. Nothing outside the text was detailed or taken into consideration. Rote learning is highly promoted in this method. Even the grammatical units are also memorized. Priority is given to written language. Perfecting the written language is the norm, and mental exercise for the learners are given through examples, writing practices, memorization. Drilling to establish structures and vocabulary is the accepted practice. Evaluation through the translation is given. Rules of morphology and syntax are also given. Classes were taken in mother tongue. That is, the medium of instruction is mother tongue itself. Lesser usage of target language is given. Content is transacted in mother tongue. Little or no attention is given to speaking or listening skills. Writing and reading gets prominence, and naturally the other two skills got ignored. Pronunciation is completely discarded. From principles, moving to the objectives of grammar translation method, the main objective is to enable the learners to read, comprehend, and appreciate target language literature, and to enable the learners to write in error-free language, to develop the learner mentally through different exercises, and to strengthen mental discipline. And finally, the objective is to enable the learners to translate from mother tongue to target language, and from target language to mother tongue. To achieve these objectives, the techniques used are illustrations and explanations to teach grammar rules, translation equivalents are provided in mother tongue, formal written examinations are administered, and the teachers could evaluate whether they comprehend the passage. Then the didactic teaching of grammar to facilitate learning is also employed. Mother tongue is the medium of instruction to ease the process. Accuracy is targeted, and I may say at the expense of fluency. Comparisons of grammar rules in both the languages, mother tongue and target language, are applied. In a classroom where grammar translation method is used, there are certain activities which are in the practice. Reading comprehension. When the teacher comes here, he or she comes with the textbook, and there's a literary piece in the textbook, and meaning is translated. The students are made to read questions. Comprehension questions are given after that literary piece, and the students are asked to present the answers. And if one fails in answering, then the other one follows suit, and finally the teacher gives the right answer as the verdict. And vocabulary practice is the next activity in a classroom where grammar translation method is practiced. Words from the passage are given to practice in two ways. One is pure word meaning, or the other set is antonyms are given. Words are given and the antonyms are to be provided, and they should be learned by rote. Grammar practice is the next activity, and phrasal verbs are identified from the passage, and they are also given to practice. Other important activity is the writing composition sections on topics similar to the one identified in the passage. Even the students are asked to maintain separate composition books. Last but not least, the miscellaneous activities are also given. The lesson is concluded with this kind of miscellaneous activities. List of words, idioms, etc. are given. They are required to use these words in sentences. And the pupils are asked to state the grammatical grammar translation method. It's the easiest method because it relies on single strategy. That translation is easy, and it is there's no need of elaborate preparation on the part of teachers, and the fluency is not demanded from even from teacher. A textbook is the only resource needed. No extra resources needed. It causes less stress on the part of the learner, because in a communication classroom, the learners sit with butterflies in their stomach, like when shall be the turn to speak in the target language. So no such stress in a grammar translation method. Then there are disadvantages. Certain disadvantages is teacher becomes less productive and creative. It is teacher-centered. Its minimal interaction is that is why the class becomes dull, drab, and monotonous. Over the years, there have been so many changes in the method, and grammar translation method gave way to direct method, in which the target language is used, in bilingual method, then cognitive approach, structural approach, communicative approach, and then zone of proximal development by Vygotsky, then the theory of multiple intelligence. Then the theory of multiple intelligence by Gartner, which was introduced. It introduced 8 different kinds of intelligence. People are not born with all the intelligence, as he says. And then internationally accepted system now is the pedagogy based on social constructivism by Vygotsky. As per social constructivism, human development is socially situated, and knowledge is constructed through interaction. Now, teacher is no longer a basket of knowledge, and no, the learner is an empty vessel. He can construct knowledge from the interaction with society and with his peer group.
2 minutes.
The unusual, okay, I'm concluding, sir. The unusual situation since last December posed serious challenges in the world. Universities, colleges, schools, etc. were shut down. They were the first institutions. Post-COVID online during post-COVID online language teaching, physical classrooms are distant. No freedom for variety of strategies. No practice of social constructivist pedagogy. Interaction is minimized. So the conclusion is that grammar translation method is easy and possible in virtual platform. So to conclude with the personal note, I have the personal experience as a teacher in a higher secondary classroom as an English teacher, and a student in the diploma in communicative Arabic class. In both the sessions, I felt that the concept learning by rote is easier for assimilating new knowledge in the second language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to the second speaker. Then after finishing all the speakers, because we have 4 speakers, then we'll open the questions to the audience. Second speaker would be Anil Kumar and Mamata Kumari from University of Delhi and Himachal Pradesh University. We are going to talk about the relevance of tense in teaching translation from Hindi to English. It's called children.
Hello. Dr. Abdul Wadud Anuzaili. Second speaker is Dr. Sapir. Right? Make sure, please.
The second speaker would be allow for questions.
Dear, in your technical session, you still have two speakers, Dr. Sapir Nabas and Faisal Muhammad. So let's go with Dr. Sapir, please.
Start with Sapir.
Okay.
English translation in India, challenges and prospects.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and all the dignitaries. I do salute all the participants of this wonderful international, conference on all the 5 T's of translation. Let me enter to my presentation. My presentation is entitled Arabic English Translation in India, Challenges and Prospects. Here I would like to try to find out the problems and issues of teaching Arabic English translation in India, and also I will suggest some possible solutions and prospects we can do it in the future. First, I would like to present the challenges. The first challenge, we can see in the core level of teaching Arabic. In Arabic teaching in university level, we are actually lacking the adequate research persons and the experts who is having enough knowledge and expertise in Arabic language, in modern Arabic language. We are actually lacking native teachers to teach Arabic. That is one of the challenges we can see in university level. There is a comparison done by Dr. Shazli Hassan. He is telling that in India Arabic is facing such a challenge. Arabic teaching is facing such a challenge. The next thing I would like to emphasize here is actually like in translation, the mastery in both languages are mandatory, but most of the Arabic graduates or who the aspirants of translation in Arabic English field, they are desperately missing their knowledge part or their mastery part in English language. The second thing, not only related to Arabic English translation, similarly with all translation, thing, apart from the theory part, apart from the learning part, there should be something seriously like having enough practical experiences, field experiences. But unfortunately, in our university system, our education system, we are, even then we are telling in the syllabus formation in Board of Studies directions, there should be enough practical experiences, but we cannot see this effectively in the field or in our college university level of education. Then after showing these three challenges, I am going to the solutions part. First and foremost thing is actually we have to improve standards of teaching Arabic in university level. For this, I am raising 4 suggestions here. The first thing, the syllabus, the syllabi and curricula for Arabic language should be improvised, should be modernized according to the the standard of international education. Nowadays, we can see, the almost Arab countries and even in Western universities, they are having well furnished, full-fledged, a very updated syllabus for teaching Arabic. But due to the what I can say, the red tapeism or some sort of the slowness, happened in our university systems. We are very backward in getting that updation or that modification in our syllabus. The second thing, we have to invite native teachers, native Arab teachers into all colleges and universities. Nowadays we are getting, some research scholars, they are already faculty members in some universities like Isa and his colleagues, they are working in English department. Simultaneously, the Arabic departments in various parts of Kerala, they are getting their service. It is actually not a formal part of education, but voluntarily they are, serving our Arabic fraternity, that making the difference. But I suggest very strongly, we have to have a system in our university to invite and host native speakers from different Arab countries to stay here and to teach our students the fundamentals of Arabic language. The second thing is actually like sending delegations of students groups, 5 to 10 students, or according to the capacity of the host university or host institution. Our universities and department have to seriously think about having such a collaboration, for short stay or for having some 6 month, 1 year program, or for getting some sort of exchange programs. The fourth thing I suggest here, like in the teaching level, the language or the medium of instruction should be Arabic. But most of the universities or departments or that faculties, including me, or I am not positioning me outside, but being an Arabic teacher, I am teaching Arabic in Arabic. But most of the teachers, they are actually not taking this very, very seriously. They are just considering the initial level of the students, and they're thinking that if we are elevating the teaching language into pure Arabic, then it should be difficult for students, and slowly and steadily they are moving down into their local or vernacular language. That is the major challenge actually in acquiring communication skills, listening environment, etc. The second suggestion I would raise here actually for improving the translation teaching, Arabic English translation teaching in university level, I would suggest we should have a collaborative interdisciplinary approach between the two languages like Arabic and English. If we are ready to have interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, actually this is the most accepted method or approach in international level. India and the UGC also thinking something like that. Then I strongly suggest, yes.
2 minutes, more 2 minutes only.
Okay. Don't worry. I conclude within the time limit. Okay. And for this, I suggest we can have two methods. Like we can Arabic students can go to English departments and attend some programs there, some courses there, or English faculties can come to Arabic department and they can deal some papers related to English language. The third thing, collaboration with international agencies. Due to globalization in general and COVID pandemic in specific, we have got a mutual sharing, attitude among all international universities and agencies, and they are ready to share their resource persons. They are ready to share their resource and materials. We have to seriously think about that. And the fourth and last thing I would like to present here, we can have industry collaboration. Then our students, they should go to industry for internship or training, and they should have some practical experiences. And also we can invite some industry experts, more rather than academics or educationists. We have to invite experts from the industry. They should give, training for our students. It will definitely improve the translation level standard in India. Internships, industry visits, all these things we can consider. I do, stop here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to congratulate, the vice chancellors, the other officials, deans, heads of departments from both or three institutions, Kerala University, Sena University and Farooq College. And special salute to Dr. Ubaid and Isa Ali for conducting such a wonderful, webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saber. Now we'll move to the third speaker. I don't know whether Faisal Muhammad or Anil Kumar. Who is going first?
That is Faisal Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope that
this is
Faisal. Yeah, this is Faisal Muhammad.
The impact of grammar translation method on vocabulary development for Yemeni school students. Please, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Faisal, 10 minutes will be allowed only.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Wadud Anuzaili, for sharing this session. I hope that I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. And also, I would like to thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity to present my paper in this international webinar. According to the limited time, let me, dear participants, take you to the title of my presentation. That it is under the title, The Impact of Grammar Translation Method on Vocabulary Development for Yemeni School Students. Are my slides visible?
Yes. Okay, sir, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before going to the title itself, let me give a brief introduction about English in Yemen. English is taught as a foreign language in Yemen, and at the same time, it is taught as a compulsory subject in Yemeni schools. The students of the Yemeni schools start learning English from grade.
Hello.
No, Faisal.
Hello.
There is a problem from your side. I think there is a net connection problem. Faisal.
7 to grade 12 in Badai. The aim of teaching, the main aim, teaching learning English language at Yemeni schools, as we know, it is to improve the 4 language skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. At the same time, teachers play a crucial role in selecting the proper method for improving language skills for school students. In other words, the teacher depends on the lesson he is going to deliver, so he can decide which method will be appropriate to deliver to the students to be understood easily without any difficulty. The majority of English teachers in Yemeni schools prefer to use the grammar translation method in the classroom. And by saying that, I don't want to say that using grammar translation method is not good, but the teachers themselves, they feel very comfortable because they feel that they can convey the message or the educational message to the students. And also at the same time, the students themselves feel very happy and comfortable when they are hearing the students using the grammar, the mother tongue in their explanation. So grammar translation method is a very famous and much practiced method in teaching English in Yemeni schools. And by the way, this method focuses on grammar rules, mother tongue, reading and writing skills, and at the same time, it doesn't pay much attention to listening and speaking skills. So I can go to the objectives of my study. to examine the existing knowledge of students in vocabulary before the treatment, to investigate or to find out the effect of grammar translation method on developing vocabulary for the students, to compare the results of the students before and after the treatment. Hypothesis of the study: there is a significant difference between pre and post-test mean scores after the treatment. There is a significant effect of a grammar translation method in improving vocabulary for secondary school students. The methodology. So the design of the study, that it is experimental study with a single group pre-test, post-test design was employed in this study. The variables of the study, it is independent variable that represent the grammar translation method, whether the dependent variable, it is the achievement of students in vocabulary test. Sample of the study, it is 30 male secondary school students between 15 to 16 years old. And also they were selected from public school name is Ali ibn Abi Talib School, grade 10, Taiz City, Yemen. The tools that it is used for collect data in this study, it is lesson plan and vocabulary test. The procedure of the study. So the study took 20 working days in the academic year 2018 to 19 with 45 minutes per day. So the procedure is 3 steps: pre-test, intervention, and the post-test. The pre-test was designed in the form of picture, matching, and multiple choice test. And the total score of the pre-test are 20 scores. Then after that, researcher administered the pre-test to the students before applying the intervention. He collected the result or collected the pre-test. Then he started already the intervention. The intervention started with the researcher reads the lesson. The lesson that selected from the English prescribed textbook for the grade 10 students. So the researcher reads the lesson and asks the student to follow and underline the new or difficult words in the lesson. Then the researcher writes the new word on the blackboard and says it 1 or 2 times and asks students to repeat the word several times. Then the researcher explains the meaning of the new word to the students in the first language, the mother tongue, and use it in a sentence. Then at the end, the students are asked to copy the new words in their notebooks and memorize them. Then after the intervention, the researcher applied the post-test. It is as the same of pre-test items, but actually to find out if there is improvement with the using of grammar translation method with the vocabulary or not. So after that, the result of the study. So the researcher used the SPSS and used also a paired sample t-test as a technique to analyze the data. So here, the distribution of the pre-test of scores of the vocabulary. Here we see in the left side, the frequent students who got scores, and also at the bottom side, the scores of the vocabulary of the pre-test. And also here, the column represent for the scores themselves. For example, here, we have 4 scores, and also we have 3 students who scored 4 scores. And we don't have any students who scored 5, who scored 6, who scored 7. No students scored like this. As I told you, it is the total mark is 20. Then also we have 8 scores, and also we have 8 students here, 8 students who have got 8 scores out of 20. 9, no one. 10 scores, they got 11 students, and also 12, they get 2 students. 13 scores out of 20, we have 11. Then actually here 13, no one. 14, 2 students. 15, no one. And 16 is 1 student who got the highest mark in the pre-test. And when we come to the distribution of the post-test, we find a difference here. For example, here, as I told you, this is for the scores. We have 6 students here who scored 10 out of 20. Also, we have 5 students who scored 11. Here, 12 out of 20, we have 11 students. Then 13 scores scored by 6 students. And also, we have 14 out of 20, 9 students scored 14 out of 20. and also 15, 16, 17. No one scored that. Only we have one student that scored the highest mark in the post-test, got 18 out of 20. Then here we have the table that summarizes.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
Respected chair. Respected chair. Dr. Abdul Wadud Anuzaili.
Hello.
Yeah, already 9 minutes.
Oh, okay, I can conclude within 2 minutes. Okay, I can conclude within 2 minutes. Okay. Shall I go on?
Conclude. Wind up.
Okay. Okay. Here, you know, this table summarize these things. The mean score, it is 10.11, 12.34, and also the critical ratio, it is -4. And at the significance, we can say there is a significance because the value is less than the real value, 0.15. Then here it also show the main thing. I can to conclude, grammar translation method had a significant impact on developing vocabulary for school students in Yemen. Using grammar translation method as a tool of teaching is effective method for improving vocabulary. With this slide, I can say my talk is over. Thank you for listening patiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to the last speaker, Anil Kumar.
Dr. Abdul Anuzaili. Yesterday I sent you the last schedule, and Faisal is the last speaker in your technical session.
Okay, so now we'll open for the speaker for the questions. Any person has a question can ask the speakers who deliver their speeches.
Dear audience, excuse me.
Put your question right.
Dear all, if you have any question, you can write it in the chat box. Otherwise, you can unmute yourself and speak directly.
Questions? Hello. So thank you very much. I'd like, by way of concluding the session, to thank the organizing committee once again. And as I said at the beginning, I'd like also to thank the leadership of our college, represented by Dr. Muhammad Al Nasser. And I wish you all the best in this webinar. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We express our sincere gratitude to the chair and all the paper presenters for their active and informative contributions. With this, we are moving to our second technical session. With that, I invite Dr. Sabik MK, Head Research Department of Arabic, MES Mambad College, Malappuram, to chair the session and proceed with the paper plenary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning once again, one and all. Distinguished dignitaries, respected faculty members, and my dear fellow participants. Once again, welcome to you to the second session of 3-day international webinar on 5 T's: translation, theory, tools, techniques, and tactics. In this session, we have one plenary address and 3 paper presentations. For the plenary address, with us Dr. Walid Baliaish Al-Amri, Associate Professor of Translation Studies, Department of Language and Translation, Taiba University, Medina of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He'll be addressing us on the topic of navigating residual orality in translation between incompatible discourse traditions. Let me give a brief introduction about the plenary speaker. Dr. Walid has secured his master's program from the Arabic Department of School of Languages, Salford, United Kingdom, and PhD program from in translation studies from the world-renowned Center for Translation and Intercultural Studies, the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. And he is the Assistant Vice President of Academic Affairs and former Dean of Academic Service, Taiba University of Saudi Arabia. He is also the former director of English Language Center at Taiba University, Saudi Arabia. He has served as senior researcher and project manager, Translation Center, King Fahd Quran Printing Complex at Medina. Dr. Waleed is a former member of Board of Directors of Saudi Scholars Association of Language and Translation, and former secretary for research and publication, the Saudi Scholarly Association of Language and Translation. And finally, he is editor of Al-Amri and formerly editor of the Rafid Journal, Al-Ain of the Saudi Scholarly Association of the Translation and Languages. With all the respect and dignity, we would like to welcome you, sir, to this program. And after the plenary address, we will have the paper presentation session. With all the respect, I request our guest, Dr. Waleed Al-Amri, the Associate Professor of Translation Studies, Department of Language and Translation, Taiba University, Medina, for your address. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman, and a very warm thanks to the hosts, the organizers of this beautiful and invigorating conference. And without further ado, I'd like to share with you my presentation. Okay, is it clear there, the presentation?
Yeah, it's perfectly clear, sir.
All right, so basically, my presentation today is about residual orality. And before we go to that, we have got to get back a few steps to talk about orality versus written traditions. This is one of the most striking quotes by none other than Plato, who thought that when writing was introduced into his world, and at his time, he thought it to be very destructive for memory, and basically he didn't find it anything. Let me see, the screen is there. Going back to the second one, yes. So basically,
sorry, we couldn't see the screen right now. Excuse me.
Is it there? Yes, I'm there. Is it clear, the slide? Is it on the screen?
No, sorry, we couldn't see the screen right now. Could you do it once again?
Okay.
The screen sharing.
The screen sharing. All right, I'll do it once again.
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear, sir, right now.
All right. Okay. So basically, we carry on from there, and we move on to Ong's, distinction between oral and written traditions. So basically, he in 1982. I can hear some people talking. Could everybody switch off the mics? Switch off the mics, please. So he called, attention to this very important between oral and written traditions in his 1982 seminal book, Orality, Literacy, and the Technologizing of the Word, and the realization of their widespread communicative ramifications.
Professor Waleed, do you hear me?
Could you put up the presentation from your side, please? The organizer, because I just sent it to you. Could you put it there for me, please?
Okay, we will do that.
Co-host.
Hold on, please.
So, put it there, please. Just to avoid, you know, these technical problems.
Hello, Brother Isa Ali. Hello, Brother Isa Ali. Let us move to the paper presentation and come back to the plenary speaker if he is addressing any technical issue.
Yes, sir. Wait for a minute. We are sharing your PPT.
Okay. That is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. It seems that we are.
Yeah, okay. You can go with, sir. Yeah, thank you.
All right. It seems that we are back on. So could we go back to slide 3, please, brother? Slide 3. Yes. So basically, this is the theorist who, in this book, made the distinction between oral and written traditions. And ever since then, it has gained wide traction throughout the social studies, but little attention has been paid to it in translation studies, with a few exceptions when it comes to biblical translation research. Yet, it is very important that this very important concept of orality versus written cultures has to be integrated into translation studies proper, because what is at stake there is favoring an already dominantly hegemonic discoursal practice and depriving the world from other less known life-enriching socio-political, socio-textual practices. Could you move on, please? Next slide, please. Basically, the oral culture is, dependent on memory. That's the old presentation. But anyways, it's dependent on memory, and knowledge is relayed through word of mouth, through speech, songs, folk tales, ballads, chants, prose, and verses. So they rely on mainly on memory, and all cultures at the beginning were oral, and before the introduction of the writing, the letters, the writing and the writing, technology, and the printed words. There are next, please. There are very important, distinctions or features Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. These are the 9 features that ONG makes for orality. And one has got to keep in mind that this postulation of his is very complex and much debated, but it still remains on the whole a very valid idea. So oral traditions are additive rather than subordinate. Depending on memory, they use and they avoid complex and compound sentences, as will be shown later on in one example, just to highlight the point. Secondly, they are aggregative rather than analytic. They rely on formulas that implement memory, extensive use of adjectives, lexical repetition, and lexical structures. Thirdly, an oral culture is redundant and copious. That is in its most basic form. I must stress the point. So ideas are not presented linearly, as in writing. They are repeated and emphasized to preserve attention and commit to memory. Then they are conservative and traditionalist. So new ideas are not really easily introduced, because the hard-earned ones, the earlier ones, have got to be emphasized, because the only way to keep them is through memory. So and that involves an investment of great energy and saying things over and over again, and that has to be learned arduously over the ages. Then they are close to human life world. They shun the abstract, and they conceptualize and verbalize all their knowledge with more or less close reference to human life world, assimilating the alien objective world to the more immediate familiar interaction of human beings. And this I find really much of a problem with, maybe because of agonistically toned, maybe because it invests gestures and hand movements and face expressions to emphasize the point. So but maybe to the outsider it seems antagonistic. I'm finding a problem with this one. Yet if we move on to it being emphatic and participatory rather than objectively distanced, so learning or knowing means achieving close, emphatic, communal identification with the known, whereas writing separates the knower from the known and thus sets up conditions for objectivity in the sense of personal and disengaged, disengagement or distances. Homeostatic oral traditions are basically live very much in the present, which keeps itself in equilibrium by slowing off memories which no longer have relevance. So they keep, they keep archiving old memories and emphasizing, bring to the fore new memories. Situational rather than abstract. So talk is all about what's concrete rather than what's abstract. So we move on, please, to the next one. And he gives this example of two Bible translations of the same verses of the book of Genesis. One was produced in 1601, and the other one in 1970. And we can see, you know, a great shift between the first one, which is oral, to the second one, which is which observes the rules of the written. In the first one, we have about 9 and at the beginning, and you can see also adding by using adjectives. This is one example, and I will give another example later. Could we move on, please, to the next page? So, and for this reason, it has been, you know, made that there is a distinction between writing styles, you know, known throughout the world, whereas, you know, simply English is very much linear, moving from point, you know, 1 to the last point without much repetition. And if you look at Judaic there, which is much better called Semitic rather than Judaic, it is marked by parallelism, whereas Asian is circular, and Romance is less than Romance, for instance, French is less direct than English. And they find traces of these or residues, and this is the, you know, where my presentation comes as residual orality. You know, they find it in the writings of foreign students who are, you know, studying at European, namely Anglophone universities in America, Australia, and England. They find residues of these in the writings of these students. So they have to teach them how to write, quote unquote, properly. And residual orality rarely disappears quickly and never vanishes completely. And we have to bear this in mind. And now we come to next presentation, please, to the history of written Arabic. Written Arabic goes back to up to 2,000 years, with the hung odes, al-mu'allaqat, being the most, you know, clear evidence of that. And also we have famous inscriptions, as you find them there in the screenshot, like al-Jimal II and Namara inscription on the grave of Imr al-Qais. These are inscriptions which testify that Arabic was written nearly 2,000 years ago, but still it remained an overwhelmingly oral tradition. Indeed, the noble messenger of God ﷺ said, "We are an illiterate nation, نحن أمة أمية," which greatly testifies greatly testifies to how oral that at that time the tradition, the culture was. Later on came what's called Asr al-Tadwin, or the period of systematization, which witnessed widespread scribal activity, but not much in terms of setting genre conventions, save those which are scholarly and administrative. So not all genera were known at that time, and you find there a manuscript by a great scholar called Al-Kindi, which is almost around the 7th century AD. And then we moved fast forward to the 18th century in what's known as Asr al-Nahba, the age of rising, the age when wholesale translation and importation of genres, along with their writing conventions and rules, came into place. However, it remains to be said that some genres, especially the Islamic were not affected in the least by translation, and not affected greatly by imported writing styles. Although nowadays we can see that traces of the alien getting into even Islamic writing. And so it retained great traces of oral and carries great distinctions of residual orality. And thus they pose a special challenge for translation, especially into a largely written culture like that of English, which is much canonized, formulistic, interwoven into the written, and a hegemonic language. So we move on to the next presentation, next slide, please. And there are basically, to make the point clearer, there are certain peculiarities of classic, writing in Arabic, especially Islamic writings. So basically they are formulistic, linguistically sophisticated, and highly rhetorical. They use specific words or phrases which are intended to allude to a common frame of reference and indeed a meaning. And very importantly, as has been noted by Irwin in 2001 and Schuller, they retain traces of residual orality. In the pre-Islamic period, the Arab society was almost exclusively an oral, and in reality, the transformation from an oral to the literate society took some time, and it not, as I said, it did not affect, all of the genres, especially very much the Islamic genres. If we move on, we'll give some examples to the next slide, please. So in most of the Islamic books, we find what's called the khutbah, or the preface, that preserve the word's original usage as an introductory address, or its religious function as a sermon. And thus, it was normative practice for just works to begin with the laudatory praise of the divine, alhamd, followed by a formulaic expressions of monotheism and tawheed as part of the declaration of faith as shahada, and continue with invoking divine blessing and salutation upon the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as-salatu was-salam, before engaging with the topic under discussion. Although this is the most obvious form of residual orality that is easily recognizable, it is not by no means the only example, and indeed Islamic discourse retains this orality, and rhetorical until the contemporary period. And also, I sent, next please. Just to give next slide, please. Just to give one example, there was a sermon from Arafah. If we could share the sermon, please, because I sent it also to the WhatsApp group. It was, delivered in the Hajj of 2016, so not long ago. And the Sermon of Arafah is very important because it is truly, global, because everybody from all over the world gathers on that day. So it's the most important sermon of the year. And distinctly, we can, look and see that it begins with al-basmala, and then what's called khutbat al-haja. If you know it, ya ayyuha alladhina amanu taqullaha haqqa tuqatihi, ya ayyuha an-nasu taqu rabbakum. And this is called khutbat al-haja. It's a staple, expression in all of the sermons. And then khatib or the sheikh moves on to basically address his audience and engage them in a very close close manner, saying dear Hujjaj, dear brothers, dear Muslims, and he uses parallelism and repetition and a lot of adjectives. The khutbah is there, and maybe later on I will share the link to it. It is translated into English, and you can see loads and loads of traces of orality into it. Move on, please, to the next slide.
Excuse me, Dr. Waleed, could you conclude with 2-3 minutes?
Okay, no problem.
Due to the constraints of time. That's all.
No
Sorry
problem.
for it.
No problem. And this leaves us with really tough, open-ended questions, like how to translate distinctly oral genres like sermons into written traditions. Should we bulldozerize the odd elements to the benefit of the receptive discourser practice, or maintain whatever traces of orality still to be found in the original? How can we better address the question of dealing with oral textual practices without playing into the hand of a growing epistemicidal world where the Anglophone thought patterns are given pride of place to the extent that other less fortunate worldviews are being threatened or just at the brink of extinction? Or is it only part of the course to make the text as accommodating as possible to the intended readership? Is there a balance to strike where these features can be preserved without alienating the text audience? Move on, please. This can be addressed within the extra linguistic side of translation studies. Should we domesticate or foreignize or further subvert the subaltern, as my dear colleagues know, in what's known as post-colonial studies? And now there is a movement to, in translation studies, to draw attention to what's called epistemicide, with English being called a Tyrannosaurus Rex, eating up all other languages and thought patterns. Should we protect or cannibalize? And for my Arab colleagues, they know Al-Manfaluti, who cannibalized, much of the literature in his translations, quote unquote, and produced beautiful Arabic masterpieces by, subjecting the foreign to the familiar. And thank you very much indeed. And these are my information. If anybody needs to, consult with me later on, inshallah. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Waleed. It was a really wonderful, very informative presentation. Now the floor is open for the discussions and deliberations. You can unmute the mic and speak out, or you can text it in the chat box. We can 5 to 10 minutes. We can have the deliberations. Please.
Dear delegates, please raise your question, clarify your doubts either through chat box, or you can unmute yourself and speak directly to Professor. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Able?
Yeah, please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. So you have mentioned about this Plato's remark over writing over orality, where he says that writing is an appearance of wisdom and not true wisdom. But doesn't it expel the fact that memory is something very unreliable, which led to loss of knowledge when propagated through orality, which was only saved by writing, which acted as a preservation tool of this knowledge, right? So my question is that, yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir.
So we've got to, contextualize Plato's comment there, because he said it at a time when, you know, not, you know, the boom of knowledge was not very much there. You know, now, you know, we cannot just imagine how many written words and books are available over the internet. And that by no means cannot by, you know, even by a miracle be committed to memory. He was talking, you know, at a time when memory was very much alive and very strong, and had a very strong tradition where distractions were not, part of everyday life. Now we are talking about mindfulness and how to be mindful, how to be, you know, look and see rather than just look and not, stare and not seeing. So basically, he was, talking about his own time. Yet it remains to be said that memory, has got to be, kept alive rather than, forgotten about altogether. Any questions?
Okay. Professor, am I audible?
Yes.
As an expert in translation studies,
Yes, you are.
especially in translating the Quran, and you have the first-hand experience of translating the Quran into English, let me ask your comment. Let me get your comment on the oral tradition of Quran compilation. As you have the first-hand experience on this, let me get your comments on this oral tradition.
Is it I don't know whether your question is Quranic studies proper or translation studies proper, because I would make a distinction between the two. The Quran itself, as we find it today, carries great great traces of orality, because it's called the Quran. Quran is a reading, a recital, and it's a book in terms of that it is contained, between a cover and between two covers. So basically, the Quran carries a lot of the traces of orality, and it poses a special, challenge translator, especially into a non-oral tradition, a properly written tradition. Yet that kind of tradition, has got to understand that there are other traditions that exist. And as you can see, from the example given, there is also an oral tradition of Bible translation into English. So that's not an alien concept altogether to them. And they would understand.
Sir, there is, your voice is not that much audible. Can you please check, sir? Some voice
Are you talking to me? Yeah?
Sir, can you start once again?
Maybe the headset disconnected.
Am I there, please?
Now also you are not that much audible, sir. Voice breaking.
Okay, I don't know. It seems that it's all right with me.
Okay, sir, you go on.
All right, so basically, as I said, the question is, I would answer in my capacity as a translation specialist rather than a Quranic studies specialist. And I said that Quran, is called Quran because it's written. It is meant to be said and read, recited, rather than read as a book. That's the basic thing. It is a book, because it's written and it is contained between two covers, and the textuality in it is very much overlaid by orality, and if we want to translate it into mainly written traditions, like in English, for instance, we have got to, keep in mind faithfulness to the original. That's one thing. And also make them realize that basically there is another tradition that is there in the world. And also, given that they know through Bible translations, that they know that this kind of tradition does exist, strengthens the case for keeping the oral elements in the original. Although the very distinct ones may be, smoothed out in order not to lose the reader. And I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Waleed, for your explanation. Really, it's indeed a lot of time to explore all these new avenues. Anyway, due to the time constraint, we are moving to the paper presentation. Sorry for the inconvenience. Once again, thanking you, Dr. Waleed.
There is one question at chat box. One from Ahmed is.
Sir, Mr. Chair, we can go with paper presentation due to the time constraint, and the question can be answered personally in mail or other things. Yes. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Thank you.
Okay. So let us move to the paper presentation session. We have 3 paper presentations. First one is on the topic of birth of Thiruvalluvar, a comparative analysis on translations of Thirukkural, which is presented by Tyagaraj. He belongs to English and Cultural Studies Department, Christ University, India. Please, sir. Tyagaraj.
Hello, good afternoon from India. So let me share my screen now.
Sure, please do. And also requested to paper presenters to keep mind the time of 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Could you all see my screen?
Yeah, it's coming. Wait for a second also. Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, sir.
Could you make it screen share? Then it will be more clear.
You mean full screen, sir?
Yeah, full screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, full screen.
Okay, so let me start with the presentation.
Sure.
So this presentation is going to talk about birth of Thiruvalluvar. Obviously not in a literal sense, but marking his birth as an author through construction of diversity of identities imposed on him and his text Thirukkural through its translations. So Thirukkural is a book without a name by an author without a name, written nearest to 2nd century AD, commented Monsieur Ariel, who is the French translator of the text Thirukkural. And now why does he say that? When the text has got its name as Thirukkural, it is because the text and its author got their respective names as Thirukkural and Thiruvalluvar only later, for first time after several centuries of it being written, which was first noted in the collection of work, which was a praise of Thirukkural called Thiruvalluvar Malai, meaning Garland of Valluva, which was an anthology on Thirukkural by different poets of different time period after the original text was written. Here, Thiru is an honorific Tamil term meaning sacred, divine, revered, while Valluvar meaning poet and Kural meaning couplets, when in compound means sacred couplets written by divine poet. So now giving you the brief introduction, Thirukkural is a didactical text in essence with 1330 couplets divided into 3 sections, namely ethics, wealth and love. So after understanding what the text actually is, we find that it is an antique text, which demands a two-step process to approach and understand it in the first place. So where the first step comprises of intralingual translation, where the source text being written in old Tamil script, which is very much different from current form of Tamil script, is related through this process of intralingual translation, where we gain equivalence between the words in the source text and its most relevant word structure at present. So I would like to call this translation, this intralingual translation, as a construction or synthesis of a meta sign out of pre-existing sign structure. And the second step includes interpretation and meaning making out of the sign produced in the first step, where the final signified meaning is produced here. But is this the final signifier? Aren't there counter signifiers produced as well? So here we are witnessing the shift from a structuralist approach towards the text to a post-structuralist approach. Thirukkural could be called as a classic, not just due to its didactic quality, fitting to the humanity over the ages, which helped to retain its history of fame, but it is also a classic due to its openness to accommodate, as what Frank Kermode tries to define a classic is. The classic text allows necessary pluralities, not just of interpretation of meanings produced, but also of identities constructed by people through the text. The ambiguity of the text due to its distant past and old language script is compensated through the process of translation, but there is a problem in this process. As Barthes point out, that once the author is distanced, the claim to decipher a text becomes entirely futile. To discover the author's history, psyche, freedom, society of the text when it was written becomes mandatory for explaining, interpreting, and understanding the text for an essential translation to take place, which very much explains the title of this presentation of being the birth of Thiruvalluvar, which is an extension of Barthesian idea of death of the author giving rise to birth of the reader. But here we find that the death of the author had eventually produced to the multiple births of the same author or rebirth of the author. Coming back to the presentation, this continuous distancing or growing gap between the author and the reader is called as silence by the Spivak, as Spivak points it out, where classical literature especially possesses abundance of silence waiting to be explored and understood due to this distance factor. So is there any other screen being shared here?
Please stop sharing the screen. We are interrupting. Dear professors, please check who. If somebody is sharing the screen, please stop.
Please, Ibtihal Al-Tamimi, right now you are sharing your screen. Ibtihal, please note. Dr. Ibtihal.
Dr. Ibtihal, please stop.
Could you all see my screen back?
Okay. Yeah, Ibtihal is the next paper presenter.
Okay, now you can go.
Could you all see my screen again?
Yes, now it's clear.
Yes, thank you. So, so this problem of this gap being produced and getting increased over the period is being addressed. And how to fix this gap? How to unravel the silence as quoted by Spivak? So the answer is in the creation of context. Here we could find the flow chart where there is a sender and there is a receiver who is the author and reader respectively, and the message is there being propagated through the means of channel, which may be the old Palm Leaf manuscript in which the text was originally written, or let it be the books in which it is circulation at present. But the code being old Tamil code, which is actually deciphered, but there is something missing, which is context. This lack of context is found to be the factor, to be the problem here, and the creation of the context is the answer. But this creation or this construction of context had resulted in context actually. And what I mean by context is that the multiple fictive narratives produced acted as a substrate for interpretation and translation of the original text. But this had resulted in a conflict of socio-political context produced and also the identities of the author. where these narratives become context, got reified into reality over time. As Stanley Fish asked, is there a text in the class? Is there only one Tirukural which we are discussing here? And absolutely no. The reading of a text has always been preceded by a pre-reading of the text with pre-assumption of the context, which tends to be very different from one reader to the other, making us question the existence of final signified or even absolute truth value of the text. The fault in the original, which is ambiguity here, is seen to be mobilized through its translation, which is what Derrida calls here as differences, producing a chain of surplus signifiers, resulting in a polysystemic model, which in simple terms means unity of differences coexisting together. And finally, we understand this all happens because of the desire to translate, which is innate in every reader, resulting in multiple interpretations by every possible reader of the text. Derrida notes this phenomenon as a complement to the original text, resulting in a creation of Babel, origin of multiplicity through translations in different languages and meanings. So this rebirth of Tiruvallur through translation into a Theravada Buddhist or a Jain divine or a Christian missionary, a Pariah priest or a Brahmin is seen to be what Walter Benjamin calls as afterlife Walter Benjamin calls translated text as an afterlife. And here we find Tiruvallur also being propagated in his afterlife as multiple identities belonging to different sections. And to elaborate on these narratives would be more beyond the scope of this research paper. So I would like to simplify this process through this image, creation of social image through the personal image of the author here, where we could find the first image with the coin inscriptions showing Tiruvallur as a Christian entity, countered by archaeological evidences showing him as a Hindu, Jain, or Buddhist priest, which was culturally materialized by the translations which printed the same picture. And finally, the last picture, which was standardized in the government textbooks and schools where they are being taught and read. But unlike this image, which eliminated the other images in the past, the translations and the meanings produced have started to coexist independently but together, forming the whole of a unity. As Wilson notes that every translator is a minimal interculture, but we find here that not the translator, but he is just a facilitator who makes the author's identity being fleshed out through this intermix of cultural residue of translations and transcreations of source text. The author is born through establishment of contact zones by translators, where language and culture from both foreign and native intermingle together, resulting in an overlap of intersection, producing a continuum of transformation. Thank you for your time and patience.
Okay, thank you, Tyagarajan. We have 2-3 minutes for the discussion. All my fellow participants are requested to come forward. If I have any question or deliberations, please come.
Please unmute yourself, participants, or use the chat box to interact with the scholar. Thank you. Okay, sir, we can go for other paper.
Okay,
Thank
we
you.
can move forward. Once again, thanking you, Tyagarajan, for your nice presentation. We are moving to the second presentation on the topic of investigating difficulties of translating English culinary verbs into Arabic. That will be done by Dr. Ibtihal Al-Tamimi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, College of Language, University of Baghdad, Iraq. Please, sir. Dr. Ibtihal. Yeah, now it's clear.
Ask her.
So please check who is.
Dr. Ibtihal Al-Tamim.
Dr. Ibtihal, unmute yourself and speak, please.
Yes. Hello.
And, yeah.
Can you
and-
hear me?
Yeah, but we cannot see your PPT.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Dr. Ibtihal, we're not able to see your PPT.
Yes. I'd like. Okay. I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the committee of the webinar for giving me this opportunity to share in your international webinar. Yes, is it clear?
No, ma'am.
Not yet.
So please kind enough to share your screen.
Then mute. I think now.
Yeah, it's clear now, Ibtihal, doctor.
Dr. Ibtihal, unmute yourself, please, and speak.
You are not audible, Dr. Ibtihal. Dr. Ibtihal, please switch on your mic. You are not able, you are not audible right now.
Dr. Ibtihal, do you hear me? Hello? Dr. Ibtihal. Excuse me. Hello, Dr. Ibtihal.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please. Yes, now we hear you. Share the
Okay.
PPT and go on. Share the PPT and go on.
Okay. Just a moment, please. I think there is something wrong.
Dr. Ibtihal, can we?
So if you just send to our email ID of the webinar, we can share it.
Yes, please. Can you share it? It seems.
Okay. To the webinar email ID, please.
Then the organizers can share the slide.
It's already with me.
Then let us move to the third presentation and come back to Dr. Ibtihal.
Respected Chair, wait for a minute. We are sharing ma'am's PPT. Wait for a second, we will share it. Ma'am, please stay on online. We will sharing your PPT. We are sharing your PPT. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible. You can go on.
Yeah,
Chair.
now the
Yeah.
slide is visible. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
you can carry on.
Okay, thank
Dr.
you
if you
very
have-
much. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm with you. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to tell you that my research is entitled Investigating Difficulties of Translating English Culinary Verbs into Arabic. You know, both food and language play an important role in exploring culture. Each culture has its own foodstuffs and language that might be used to depict the culture, behavior, and identity of its people. And there is a very well-known aphorism that says, "Tell me what you eat, and I tell you what you are," that which indicates the relation between food and identity. A group of people can be identified by their language, ritual habits, set of values, lifestyles, and their customs. Culinary, please, the next slide, the introduction. Culinary refers to cooking or food and drinks as an essential need for human beings. And the main purpose of my research here is to find out the difficulties that Iraqi EFL learners may encounter when translating English culinary verbs into Arabic. I've selected 14 verbs randomly, which are considered common, and analyzed them in terms of their meaning and usage. Please, next slide. Now, let me give you an idea about culinary verbs. The next slide, please. Culinary was first known in 1638. Originally, the term culinary is derived from the Greek word kulinaris, something that is related to cook, and culinary, which means kitchen. It is related to or used in cooking and kitchen. And there are English verbs that are considered culinary, hundreds of verbs actually, but I'm going to choose just 14 in my research. Now, the types of culinary verbs, next slide, please. Culinary verbs can be divided into three main groups, and this is semantically speaking: verbs of cooking, verbs of cutting, and verbs of preparing. Now, the verbs of cooking, the first group, next slide, please. Verbs of cooking can be subdivided also into three types. Those used in liquid, with fat, and in any or no medium, sorry. In liquid, for example, we have boil, scald. With fat, we have bake, for example, and fry. In any or no medium, like burn and toast. The second type of culinary verbs can be also subdivided into dividing cuts, for example, dice, shred, carve, removing cuts like cut, chop off, remove, and penetrating cuts like pierce, split, and scotch. The last type of culinary verbs, verbs of preparing, can also be subdivided into cleaning, adding and combining, straining, seasoning, decoration, taking, and serving. Now, the meanings of English culinary verbs. You know, there are many meanings of English culinary verbs. I've chosen just 14 of them to identify their meanings and usages. They are broil, carve, dice, grate, knead, layer, shred, saute, scramble, season, simmer, squeeze, stir, and whisk. Now, let me just give you an idea about just 4 culinary verbs, their meanings. For example, number 1, broil. This is of uncertain etymology. It might be related to the French broil. Following the Oxford English Dictionary, it means to burn or scorch. Broil can be used to indicate the following meanings. As a transitive verb, it means to cook by direct exposure to radiant heat, or cook meat or vegetables on a rack with an extremely high temperature. For example, broil the steak in the oven at 450 degree Fahrenheit. Broil on the oven's bottom rack until the cheese is melted and lightly browned. This is one example of the verb broil. Another example, the verb layer. It can be a transitive verb with the sense of number 1, to propagate, plant by means of layers; 2, to place as a layer. For the second meaning, it has another meaning: to place a layer on top of, and this is what concern our research or study. For example, pancakes layered with butter, and syrup. And to form or arrange in layers, and this is also important in my study. For example, layer the potatoes, asparagus, and salmon in the tin, or layer. Layer can also be intransitive verb to refer to separate into layer or to form out of superimposed layers. The third verb, number three, sauté. Sauté, this can be transitive verb to refer to fry food, such as small pieces of meat or vegetables and a small amount of fat. And this is originally French verb. Or it means quickly fry food by placing it in hot oil in a frying pan. For example, sauté until the onions have softened and start to turn golden, about 12 minutes. And the fourth verb, number 4, season. Season originates from Old French, saisonal, modern French, assaisonner, according to the Oxford English Dictionary. Next slide, please. Season was used with the sense to render a dish more palatable by the addition of some savory ingredient, and dates from the early 14th century. In the 15th century, the verb was more frequent and was general in meaning. That is to say, it could be applied to any spices. Now, the translation of English culinary verbs. It seems that the Iraqi EFL learners follow the strategy of literary translation when translating some English culinary verbs, such as need, grate, squeeze. Need can be rendered into يعجن, grate, يبشر أو يبرش, squeeze into يعصر. The next slide, please. But they use the paraphrasing strategy with such verbs as carve, layer, sauté, scramble, season, and simmer, because they couldn't find an equivalent in Arabic. So carve, they rendered carve into يقطع اللحم إلى شرائح. Layer يصف على شكل طوابق أو طبقات. sauté يقلب بسرعة بقليل من الدهن. scramble يخلط البيض مازجا صفاره. season يتبل أو يضيف الملح والفلفل. simmer يطبخ على نار هادئة. Now here is a table. This table actually summarizing the 14 culinary English culinary verbs with their meanings or translation into Arabic. For example, broil يشوي باستخدام نار عالية. carve يقطع اللحم إلى شرائح. dice يقطع بشكل مكعبات. grate يبرش. knead يعجن. layer يصف على شكل طوابق. sauté يقلي بسرعة مع قليل من الدهن. scramble يخلط بياض البيض مع صفاره. squeeze يعصر. simmer يطبخ على نار هادئة. season يتبل أو يضيف الملح والفلفل. stir يحرك بالملعقة. whisk يخفق. Now, the conclusion, English culinary verbs with cultural orientation are more difficult for Iraqi EFL learners to understand and then to translate than those which are very familiar. They encounter difficulty with those that are culture-oriented verbs. The difficulties resulted from a number of linguistic phenomena, including the different semantic range of the cultural words in the source and target languages, the absence of the cultural concept in the target language, and the loss of meaning conveyed by many cultural words. The translation strategies used to transfer the meaning of some English culinary verbs into the target language Arabic are literal translation, paraphrasing, and adaptation. The translation of some culinary verbs from the French domain of cooking, like broil, sauté, and season, etc., point to cultural gap that makes the translation of culture-specific words a hard task. Thank you very much for your listening. Waiting for your comments and questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Ibtihal, for your nice presentation. Now the floor is open for the discussion.
Thank you. I think there is one question why we don't translate carve into يشرح. يشرح, it means explain. يعني carve, it means cutting into pieces, especially with meat, into Arabic. يشرح. I think this is not an equivalent for carve. يشرح يعني not with food, cannot be used with food. Yes. Any
And
question?
also you
please?
can type in the chat box if you have more questions, or you can switch on the mic and speak out.
Yeah, we have time constraints, so make it fast.
Okay.
Not to
Once
start,
again, thanking you, Dr. Ibtihal, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
And hope those who are most question, they can contact with the presenter directly due to the time constraints. And also we are moving to the last presentation of this session on the topic of incubation era of translations, rereading the dual social perspective of Sanskrit and other Indian languages, which is presented by Arya Mohandas. She is an MPhil translations studies, belongs to the Translation Studies Center for the Translation at Sri Shankaracharya University, India. Arya Mohandas, please.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you for this great opportunity. My topic is the incubation era of translations, rereading the dual social perspectives of Sanskrit and other Indian languages. Translation is a creative flow of one literary text to another. Translation is, above all, a dialogue process, one that presupposes cultural exchange and transfer. Translation.
Respected chair, ask her whether you have any PPT.
No.
Okay. Then
It's okay. Carry on.
Shall I?
Yes, carry on.
Okay. Translation activity remains a phenomenon that cuts across culture, sociology, linguistics, anthropology, and literature. Translation is actually the rebirth of a text in another language. But it is not just an imitation, it is something different from the original. It depends greatly on the new cultural framework. In other words, translation is the recreation of an art which can only represent the reality of the world through different languages and different cultural entities. Every translation is an attempt to facilitate understanding of text across culture. Therefore, consideration of target readers is inevitable when a text is taken up for translation. Translation is a more complex activity, so a translator should analyze the source text and its culture more deeply and restructure it stylistically and semantically equivalent expression in the target language culture without losing the spirit or the specificity of the source text. Aurobindo states that a translation is not necessarily bound to the original he chooses. He can make his own poem out of it if he likes, and that is what is generally done. Translation is neither transliteration nor transcreation, and it has to guard against the danger of word for word translation as well as taking too much liberty. In the name of creation, in the light of recent literary criticism, which holds indeterminacy of meaning as its central concept, the art of translation has become increasingly difficult. If each word is a sign, and each sign has a signifier and a signified, and again a signified is also a signifier, then which meaning should one take for translation? Should one take the signification that is linguistic code, or the word its value that consideration for translation? So that means the signified and the signifier are unstable and can take on multiple meanings. Translation popularized after the post-colonialism. Colonized is forced to translate itself into the framework of colonizer. Colonizer always make the colonial subjects as schizophrenic, and third world is the subjects of first world. The subjects may include people, male, female, children, and so on. Thus, people will achieve the values of colonizer and everything works under the colonial framework like aesthetic knowledge, philosophy, etc. Post-colonial studies is to conceive colonialism simple as political economic dominance of the West of third world nations, but to conceive colonialism as cultural, philosophical, scholarly, and all other aspects of the world views. Colonialism should be conceived as cultural and political thing. Even after the withdrawal of political and economic thing, there is a continuation of the cultural dominance of the West in every aspect of social life of the colonized. Sanskrit is one of the oldest languages in Asia, which has a long tradition of more than 2,500 years. It is a classical language belonging to the Indo-Aryan branch of Indo-European languages. Sanskrit is the sacred language of Hinduism. Most of the early religious and aesthetic texts were written in Sanskrit. The Hindu philosophies and the historical text of Buddhism and Jainism were also in Sanskrit. The main milestone in the history of Sanskrit is the grammar of Panini, the Ashtadhyayi. In the field of secular literature, Sanskrit epic poetry such as Ramayana and Mahabharata were the next most important development in the language. Sanskrit language has extremely rich, complex grammatical structure and an enormous vocabulary. It is more refined than any other languages. One is the Vedic Sanskrit and the other is classical. And classical Sanskrit is open to all. Sanskrit language flourished all over the world after the arrival of English in India, but the Vedic Sanskrit is not open to all. And they translated, the English people translated each and every Vedic and classical works. It is evident from the history that from the 18th century onwards, English language came to India, and the translation from Indian languages into English are the fruits of English British Orientalism in India. It ensures the knowledge and relationship between different cultures. A series of translation of Sanskrit literature undertaken by the British after 1770 has served for generations and became authentic and got more value than the past. Mostly, they translated Indian texts of legal, religious, and literary kinds into their own language. The assumptions and ideologies were the basis for them in every field like science, technology, law, astronomy, etc. In India, there is a long history of translation from the beginning of literary activities. Sanskrit is a classical language, and there was an immense practice of rendering Sanskrit text into original text, that is intralingual translation. Not only that, many commentaries, explanations, and interpretations are in Sanskrit language itself from the beginning. During the pre-colonial period, Sanskrit texts used to be translated in various regional languages, and it acclaimed success in the field of translation later in the post-colonial period. There is a great shift in the practice of translation in India. National integration will be possible only through cultural and intellectual exchange. In olden days, Sanskrit language united the cultural and literal discourses in India. Sanskrit was the medium of communication of scholars and philosophers all around the nation. It continued for a long period. After that, the importance of Sanskrit descended, and as a part of colonization, English language became the corridor of communication around the educated people. Hindi became the national language thereafter. Regional languages developed a post-colonial period. Even then, there emerged a cultural vacuum at the early stage of post-independence. It was the time the country needs a collaboration in culture and emotion among people. Some Westerners treated Sanskrit language as a subaltern cultural product, comparatively very low in standard than English, even though they were eager to study Sanskrit and its traditions so as to grab everything from the Eastern culture and translate it into a Eurocentric notion. They overthrew the spiritual dominance of the language, placed a systematic and political dominance of the West. They made the only way to understand the identity and the reality of Sanskrit language through Western
Arya, excuse me.
articulations. Okay.
Arya,
Yeah.
could you wind it up with 1 minute?
Sure, sir. The advantages of Sanskrit having multi-faced interpretation holding dual perspective is to elaborately discussed. Sanskrit in Indian language class condition has the superior position and has an elite glorification. It is connected with the feudal caste system having in India socio-political scenario. On the other hand, a language like Sanskrit, which has a tradition and history of more than 2,500 years, has to depend on a comparatively young-born language for a wider exposure. And the contradiction is the way European scholars see and study the language. As stated above, great scholars spend most of their life to understand and study the language, which is considered as classical dead language in its homeland. None of the Indian states is using Sanskrit as a major medium of communication. Sanskrit is now shrank only to an academic arena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arya Mohandas. We have 2-3 minutes for the discussion.
Respected Chair.
Yeah.
Last comment regarding we are running out of time is for participants to make it fast to ask questions to Uttal ma'am. So you can use this time for both the presenters, for Uttal ma'am and Arya Mohandas. Participants can ask their questions and interview.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can have the questions regarding the presentation of the 3 paper presenters.
Yeah, participants, please unmute yourself or use the chat box to interact with Dr. Uttal and Arya Mohandas. Thank you.
I think there is no other comments and questions regarding the paper presentations.
So you can wind up, sir.
Shall we wrap it up?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Once again, I'm thanking you to the plenary speaker, Dr. Waleed Al-Amdi, and the paper presenters, Dr. Ibtihal, Tyagaraj, and Arya Mohandas, for your nice presentation. And for your, I'm thanking you, all the fellow participants, for your deliberations and patient listening. Thank you.
The webinar team is really grateful to the chair and the plenary speaker and to all the participants and more than presenters for their active participation, valuable comments, suggestions. Thank you once again for the webinar. Thank you.
We now move on to the next technical session. I hope I'm audible now.
Okay, you're audible, Jyoti.
Okay. We now move on to the next technical session, and I invite Dr. N. Shamnad, Head in the Department of Arabic, University College, Thiruvananthapuram, to chair the session. So kindly unmute yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We have an interesting session. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This is the afternoon session, and we have an
interesting international personality to interact with us, Dr. Ikhlas Al-Kanawe. As you know, that translation is a wide tool for conveying culture, thoughts, and all human-related issues. That is, it is very essential to use this tool to act as an intercultural tool to exchange the cultural aspects of humanity. And here we have an international personality named Dr. Ikhlas Al-Kanawe. She won the prestigious translation award, Sheikh Hamad Translation Award for Translation and International Understanding, Jaizat Sheikh Hamad Littarjama wa Tafahum Dubali, for the last year. She won the translation award in the category of translating from English to Arabic. She translated the famous book of Franz Rosenthal, Knowledge of Feynman, the Concept of Knowledge in Medieval Islam. She and her husband translated this famous book from English to Arabic. She will interact with us in the topic being a competent translator, a personal experience of a winner of an international translation award. Dr. Ikhlas Kanawe, she is originally from Jordan. She obtained her graduation degree in English from Yarmouk University. She also obtained a MA degree in Semitic epigraphy from the same university itself. She had a doctorate in Northwest Semitic epigraphy from the University of Berlin, Germany. She is the winner of 2 international awards related to translation. The first prize is of Jordan Academy of Arabic in 2016. The second prize is the latest prize, the 2019 Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation. This is the largest translation award in the world. I was also one of the winners of this award. I had an opportunity to meet with her at the lobby of Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Doha. I don't know whether she remembered me or not. She is one of the legends in the field of translation who are living in the present world. I have actually invited her to deliver her speech on the experience of an international translator or experience of a successful translator in the field of translating cultures or translating knowledge or transmitting knowledge from one language to another. I, with due respect, invite Dr. Ikhlas Kanawe to address the gathering. Ma'am, please.
Good morning. Good morning from Jordan. It's morning here in Jordan. I don't know how's the time there in India and in Sana'a. I would like first to thank you very much for this kind invitation to participate in this dialogue session, which I hope will be of benefit to those interested and working in the field of translation. I participated in the Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation, the concept of knowledge in medieval Islam, won first prize in the category of translation from English into Arabic. With company of my husband, Yahya Al-Qaqa, we attempted to translate this work at the request of the late Dr. Faiz Al-Siyaf, who was then heading the translation unit of the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies in Doha, Qatar. He offered us a set of titles from which we chose the Knowledge Triumphant book. Written by Franz Rosenthal, the well-known philologist and Semitic scholar, especially the philology of Arabic and Aramaic languages. After reviewing the introduction of the book, we saw that its text contains thorny linguistic issues that should be addressed by someone with a specialized linguistic background. We also realized that the translation of the book would have had extensive and encyclopedic research necessities in order to search for the direct wide range literary quotations from their original Arab Islamic books. I had heard of Rosenthal as a specialist in Semitic studies by virtue of my specialty. I hold a PhD in Northwest Semitic languages from Free University of Berlin, which is the same academic background as Rosenthal. He obtained a doctorate for his dissertation he wrote in Palmyra inscriptions and writings in 1935. He translated and edited the introduction of Ibn Khaldun. A number of his books on the study of Islamic civilization have been translated into Arabic. These books include Techniques and Approaches of Muslim Scholarship, The Muslim Concept of Freedom Prior to the 19th Century, A History of Muslim Historiography, Classical Heritage in Islam, The History of At-Tabari, Muslim Intellectual and Social History. Dmitry Gotas said in his introduction to the book, significant authors may write many and valuable works, but as a rule, there is one among them in which there is so much harmonious blend of profound and original insight, industry, and their own unique voice that is exceptional. Franz Rosenthal's knowledge triumphant easily falls into this category, even when one considers the author's remarkable career and prodigious scholarly output. The translation of this book came as an urgent response to serious Western writings on the Arab Islamic civilization to understand the cultural and civilizational cross-fertilization between Islam and the West, especially with the increase in negative feelings and widespread prejudice against Islam and Muslims due to the ignorance or ignoring of many of the pioneering role of the Arab Islamic civilization in the renaissance of many cultures, nations, and peoples. It seeks to present a treasure of thorough information and knowledge about the groundbreaker achievements of Islamic civilization in a serious attempt to shed light on its bright contributions in many fields like art, literature, culture, science, and technology. As clearly expressed by Rosenthal himself, ilm, knowledge, is one of those concepts that have dominated Islam and given Muslim civilization its distinctive shape and complexion. There is no branch of Muslim intellectual life, of Muslim religious and political life, and of the daily life of the average Muslim that remained untouched by the all-pervasive attitude toward knowledge as something of supreme value for Muslim being. The book holds that knowledge is an integral part of Islam. In fact, knowledge is Islam. As the Islamic civilization has promoted the value of knowledge and learning and its tools, it also sheds light on the central role of Quran and Hadiths, the prophetic tradition, in creating a culture of learning and respect for knowledge. It analyzes the Greek works that were translated into Arabic, especially those that took care of the terms used and related to the notions of gnosis and knowledge. A large number of scholars have been unanimous of Rosenthal's acquaintance of a multiple variety of Islamic literature that made this book an encyclopedia that we, the translator, had to look for the right terms and make the necessary research needed to make this translation a reasonable one. The challenge in the book was great. Rosenthal relied on a large number of Arab Islamic books that we had to see and read, looking for the terms used in the original books that Rosenthal himself aimed at using. As said before, Rosenthal was a philologist of a number of Semitic languages, especially Arabic and Aramaic. And despite his great appreciation of philology, he used it as a means of surfing historical and cultural studies. Many scholars believe that Rosenthal's approach is one of novelty and originality, which makes it an exemplary approach in linguistic studies in general. Knowledge cannot be measured in this book only through the volume of information and its scarcity, but rather by the originality of the approach presented. It was presented in a way where the sources spoke for themselves, far from biased opinions and interpretations, without lapsing for a moment in meaningless generalizations. The Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation and International Understanding has, in addition to its exquisite vision, a set of goals, some of which are to honor translators and acknowledge their role in building bridges between nations and peoples of the world, encouraging individuals, publishing houses, Arab and international organizations and institutions to show more interest in creative and quality translation from or into Arabic, to contribute to improving the quality of translation from or into Arabic based on excellence, accuracy, and cognitive and intellectual value, to enrich the Arab culture with significant works of world literature, art, and science, and to equally enrich the world cultural heritage with translation of creative Arab and Islamic cultural products, to acknowledge contributions made by any individual or institution to spreading the culture of peace and international understanding. The award has also a set of criteria that determine the uniqueness of the works nominated for winning. I think that the book Knowledge Triumphant won most of them. The two translators referred to all the books that Rosenthal cited in the encyclopedic work, which classified this translation under the category scholarly translation. Translation awards in the Arab world contribute greatly to increasing the number of translations issued annually from and into Arabic. Competition becomes strong among translators to get one of them. Perhaps if one has the chance to make a quick comparison between the number of books translated in the period leading up to and after the announcement of these awards, they will find out that the size of their impact on stimulating translations to and from Arabic is huge. Sheikh Hamad Award is one of the 3 largest translation awards in the Arab world, the highest in the financial value, that celebrates solid and reliable translation to and from Arabic. And winning one of these awards has become a dream for translators. Translation, as you know, has a great role in transferring knowledge in light of the scarcity of authentic, original scientific literature in the Arab world nowadays. Translation awards contribute to the revival and revitalization of the translation movement in the Arab world in a great way. Competition became fierce in translating books that conformed to the criteria set by these awards. They also play a prominent role in appreciating translated works on the one hand and the effort made by translators on the other hand. And this in itself is a great achievement. They have great goals, and I think they achieved a large part of them while they are pushing the pace to achieve the rest of their goals. They also contribute to raising awareness of the value of other cultures, especially those we believed until recently that we're not linked to. Knowledge triumphant opened great doors of knowledge for us and provided us with a great opportunity that would not have existed for both of us without it translating it. In his conclusions, Rosenthal asked what is meant for a civilization and human history as a whole to have knowledge as its main concern. In the end, he didn't find the answer, but we owe it to him to have raised the question, identified some paths for further research, and provided the first elements of a possible answer. I would like to end this paper with something Rosenthal said at the beginning of his book. Civilizations tend to revolve around meaningful concepts of an abstract nature, which more than anything else give them their distinctive nature. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to speak to you about this amazing experience we had in translating this book. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ikhlas, for sharing experience of translating the knowledge triumphant of Franz Rosenthal. She explained the cultural background of writing this book and translating this book related to Islamic civilization and culture. Thank you once again. And now it's time for interacting with Dr. Ikhlas. We have 3-5 minutes. If you have any question, you can ask directly to Dr. Ikhlas. Dr. Ikhlas, can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
Okay, you are one of the winners of this great award. You have the first award, the first prize in the category of translating from English to Arabic. How this award, the award of Sheikh Hamad Translation Award, how this award affected your, how will influence in your career as a translator in the future?
Okay, you know, I always describe myself as passionate. I don't translate for the sake of translation. I translate whenever I like a book to translate it. First of all, I have to like what I translate, then I start translating. To be honest with you, I have many plans for completing, translating one of the books, a series of books that is related to sociology or social anthropology. I'm intending to do it in the near future, inshallah. Of course, one of the impacts of winning an international in translation award that you become more and more picky. You need to be of course keep up with the criteria you chose for yourself and the place where you stand on. You can't go back to satisfactory translations. You need to always look for excellency in translation. I hope I've answered your question.
Ahmad S. Muhammad, he has a question. Ahmad S. You are here? Ahmad S. You can unmute your.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'd like to thank ma'am for this outstanding presentation and talk. I like it so much. And I think she is the right person to ask, as being a winner of first prize of Sheikh Hamad Translation Award. What do you think about the importance of the translation theories? Because this is the dominant question that we have been having for years as being translators. Do we have to learn theory to be translators? and you described yourself with the best word that I can describe myself, that is passionate about translation, more than taking it as a profession or as a source for living. So can you just give me your opinion and what do you think about translation theories?
Okay, you are asking the wrong person. I always describe myself as a person who knows nothing about theories, tactics, and techniques about of translation. I know nothing about this. As I said, I always describe myself as a passionate translator by nature, let's say. So when I translate, I have my own criteria for translation. I always try to, stand up for them. It's not my first time of winning a prize, by the way. I've already won another one from Jordan, from the Jordanian Arabic Academy, Majma' al-Lugha al-Arabiyya, for a translation of a book entitled Marriage Conditions in a Palestinian Village. This series I would love to complete translating, because it shows that in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, there were complicated social and cultural, economic system of people who were there in opposition to the Israelite narration of land without people. Anyway, as I said before, I am a passionate translator. I know nothing about tactics and techniques and theories of translation. I always describe myself as a person who can translate by nature. I'm sure, with all honesty, I'm saying I am a good translator, but without knowing nothing. I know nothing about theories of translation. So once again, you are asking the wrong person here.
Okay, ma'am. Dr. Ikhlas, thank you very much for your kind interaction, your very good presentation and interaction with the participants. Thank you once again for participating in this webinar.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's okay, ma'am. Thank you. Now it's time to the presenters. There are 3 presentations related to this technical session, and the first presentation is on the translation of Yemeni Arabic legal documents into English, problems and solutions. The second is challenges of translating business correspondence. The third one is a special paper on translation of by Taiju in Mani, the commentary of Jurgen Toltra. And there are these are the 3 papers, and the presenters are Hakima Mansour Ahmad. The second one, 2 presenters, Salah Najli Tahir Sanaz, Ahmad Abdullah Salih Muhammad, and the third one is a presenter from University of Kerala, Oyen Erdan Bans, and I think the 3 presenters are there. Okay, I invite the first presenter, Hakima Mansour Ahmad, Fashafar, research scholar, University of Yemen, University of Sana'a, Yemen. She will present the topic, translation of Yemeni Arabic legal documents in English, problems and solutions. Hakima Mansour Ahmad. Okay, she's here.
Excuse me, Hakima, are you there? Hakima. Hakima, do you hear us? Are you there?
I think my mic is muted. Kindly unmute your mic and speak. There is a scholar is there?
Yeah, Hakima, you can start speaking. You are unmuted now.
Her topic is on Arabic legal document translation from Arabic to English. Okay.
Then, sir, if she's not ready, we can go to the next presenter.
Okay, sir. Okay, then we can move to the second presenter. The topic is challenges of translating business correspondence. There are two participants. Salah Naji Tahir Sanat, PhD Research Scholar in Management Studies, University of Kerala, India. And the second one is Mr. Ahmad Abdullah Salih Muhammad, PhD Research Scholar, Department of English, Faculty of Arts, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, India. I think who will present the paper? Salih Naji.
Hello, good.
Or Ahmad
Yeah,
Abdullah
hello,
Salih.
good afternoon, everyone. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay.
This is Salah from Yemen, doing PhD in Management Studies, University of Kerala, India. I have written the article with my co-author, Mr. Ahmad Abdullah Salih, who is a PhD research scholar in English language, BHU University, India. So I will be presenting the article. Hopefully, I will be finishing it within 10 minutes. First of all, the title of the paper is Challenges of Translating Business Correspondence. The content of the presentation are introduction, methodology, literature review, discussion, and ending up with conclusion. Starting with introduction, business correspondence is a written, interactive way of communication within the organizations themselves and with other organizations across the world. They are meant for inquiry, applications, recommendations, complaints, sales, and others aspects related to the organizations. They can be official, formal, informal, printed, handwritten, faxed, emailed, and others. They are meant for proper, convenient, goodwill relationship based on evidence. Business correspondence can also be a commercial interaction between two merchant clients. Such interaction depends on a precise understanding of the terms and conditions of the Yes. Someone else is sharing the screen.
You can share 1 second, sir. You can share 1 second. Okay.
So such interaction depends on a precise understanding of the terms and conditions of the deal in the trade. Hence, the language in business correspondences not only stands for the mutual understanding of the agreements in the business, but also remains responsible for the commercial, legal, and ethical consequences. Moreover, the translator is invested with the challenges of delivering a precise, practical, specific, and formal language that can offer a resolution of multifarious complications. The following analysis seeks to identify the complications in such different categories as terminology, writing style, grammar, and lexis of language in the translation. Coming to the methodology, the study offers a close reading of the challenges in business translation. The study finds 6 fundamental challenges which complicate the translation of business correspondence. In the discussion, such issues is explained analytically and presented with unique instances of practical scenarios. Since the study occasions the issues with Arabic English translation or vice versa, the discussion uses Arabic letters to help with the illustration. Coming to literature review, various studies has been conducted on the business English and business letters translations. Starting with Van 2015, who studied the difficulties that are faced by Vietnamese translators while or when translating business correspondence. The second study by Zhang 2011, he has studied the politeness principles in the translation of business. Yeah, can you please stop sharing? Dear organizer. So he has studied the politeness principles in the translation of business letters between both languages, English and Chinese. Hiran Borana has explored the essence of usage of English in foreign business correspondence in cross-cultural communication. Moving to Al-Ubaidani 2015 examined the translation role in the annual reports production between the Arabic and English in Oman. The last study has studied the politeness is an essential aspect in any interlingual business communication. The current study was conducted between Spanish and English. So coming to the discussion, the challenges of translating business correspondence are terminology and abbreviations, writing style, grammar, power of vocabs, legal issues, cultural challenges. Starting with terminologies and abbreviations, since the business English is characterized as a special language of its terms. For example, in business English, we use advanced, bankruptcy, credit, fiscal year, freight, debt, debtor. Those are just examples of the terms which are used in business English, while in the common or in day-to-day life, we don't usually use them. So a translator needs to be familiar with such terms. Abbreviations in English language are commonly used. For example, we use WTO, which stands for World Trade Organizations. When we translate it into Arabic language, we say منظمة التجارة العالمية. That means we should give the full form. We cannot give the abbreviation. We can't say what unless the abbreviation is pronounced as a word like IATA or SWOT in case of SWOT analysis. Coming to the writing style, business writing is characterized as being formal and polite. For example, we say send us instead, we say kindly send us instead of send us. So we need to be more polite when writing for businesses. Clarity and concision in business writing, write to express. We write to express, not to impress. The goal is to transmit information to a reader. So when translating or writing business correspondence, a writer or translator needs to write clearly and concisely. Direction of writing in both languages, Arabic and English, are totally different. English language is written and read from left to right, while Arabic language is written and read from right to left, and that may pose difficulty when translating and typing. Lengthy sentences in Arabic language. When translating from Arabic into English, we need, or the translator need to take out the unnecessary words and overloaded phrases. Grammar. As we know that English tenses are 12. Okay, 3 main tenses. Each one is divided into 4 forms, while in Arabic language we have only 3 tenses. So translating tenses is a difficulty for the translator. Accurate use of verbs. Look at the first sentences. After a great deal of hard working, he got his goal. The verb got is not accurate in this sentence. It should be achieved. Why? Because got refers to that someone can get something without paying effort. But when we say achieved, we achieve something after a deal or after a great deal of hard working. Arabic does not have auxiliary verbs like in English. For example, this company is excellent. هذه الشركة ممتازة. We don't say هذه الشركة تكون ممتازة. Shifts between verbs. When we start, for example, in the second sentence in the past, then we continue in the past. So when we requested our customers for their feedback, they said they wanted to see more product options. It is wrong to see that. When we requested our customers for their feedback, they say they want. Coming to the power of vocabs, difficulty in finding precise equivalent. Let's take an example of employee turnover. If you put this term in the or this vocab in the English, Arabic dictionaries, they will give you the meaning as دوران الموظفين, which is not accurate and which can be misunderstood. So the meaning in English or in business communication is that employee turnover is the process in which employees leave an organization and have to be replaced. So it is تغيير الموظفين or تبديل الموظفين or استبدال الموظفين, which describes better the vocabulary. Dealing with archaic words. In business English, we use old verbs, we use old vocabs, such as initiate, endeavor, utilize, preceding year, terminate, accelerate. While in day-to-day life, we use very simple words like begin, start, try, use, last year, and increase, speed up. legal issues, translation for businesses may put a translator in a critical situation, especially if an error in the translation directly leads to a business loss or failure of a business deal. A good example of poor translation is the HSBC Bank's "Assume Nothing" slogan, which was mistranslated into other languages in 2009 as "Do Nothing." And that costed the bank $10 million for rebranding the campaign and gain back client trust. Instead of conveying the idea that is intended in this slogan, global banks makes no assumptions about its customers' expectations, worldwide culture. The translation of its slogan resulted in a meaning closer to "do nothing" in many languages worldwide. Cultural challenges. Since language is the expression of culture, different languages spring from different cultures and various lexical usages. At the same time, environment and culture have a tremendous impact on the language of the native speakers, as evident in their vocabulary, which differ regionally as part of the local dialect. The native language determines the foreign language acquisition and production. Coming to the conclusion, the translation of business correspondence is a critical task which can involve fundamental challenges such as terminology. Yes, 6 fundamental challenges such as terminology, writing style, grammar, vocabulary, legal issues, and culture. These challenges can be overcome if the translator is aware of these issues as an inevitable and practical part of the process of business translation. Many of these issues are universal, except the grammatical one, since one language differs from another. The Arabic language contains a lesser quantity of terminology as compared to the English language, which complicates the business translation. To get rid of that difficulty of translating, the study recommends consultation with the experts of the relevant language in addition to a bilingual dictionary. Okay, the last slide is that writing of Arabic-English translation involves the unique challenge to maintain a syntactic order, as both of the language use diametrically opposite order of reading and writing. For the translator, vocabulary is a key to efficient and effective translation. Despite the wealth of vocabulary, the translator needs to pay attention to the meaning and relevance of the word and context. The slight mistake in interpreting and utilizing a particular word may lead to legal issues and loss of business on the part of the translator. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Zahnazi, for your wonderful presentation on business correspondence. I think it's good to have a discussion after all the 3 presentations. I think we can, Hakima Mansoor, she is there. I think she is there. Hakima Mansoor is there.
Yes, I'm here.
Please unmute your phone.
Can you hear me?
Okay, okay. You can present your paper on the translation of, okay. You can present your paper on translation of Yemeni Arabic legal documents in English, problems and solutions.
Yes, okay. Okay, I'll start now. I have a technical problem with me. Okay, can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, yes.
Yes.
Take your time.
Okay, the translation of Yemeni Arabic legal documents into English constitutes a very important issue.
Ma'am, you have paper? You can something to share?
Yeah, I want to,
you can share it.
but I have a problem with the chair. Okay, I'll try
to
do that. Okay. Okay, I can't do it. Okay.
Use the share screen option.
Okay, can I talk without BBT? Can I talk without BBT?
Okay.
I think I have a problem.
Yes. You can.
Okay. The translation of Yemeni Arabic legal documents into... Okay. Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The translation of Yemeni Arabic legal documents into English constitute a very important issue for Yemeni immigrants in foreign countries, such as America and Britain. Immigrants or their relatives who are involved in claims may gain by virtue of certain translated documents official approval from the respective foreign authorities, which may help them to gain access, financial right, property, or permanent residence. That implies that the translation is authentic and identical to the Arabic version in every way. However, the distortion of documents caused by mistranslation means that immigrants may not be able to prove their claim, and in some cases may be liable to imprisonment or deportation from the countries they are in. As criteria puts it right, translation legal documents has traditionally been and will continue to be one of the most sensitive, responsible, and prestigious undertaken by professional translator. The study has twofold goals: to identify the problems which Yemeni professional translators encountered when translating Yemeni Arabic legal documents into English, and to suggest some remedial procedures to help translators overcome their weakness. For the purpose of the study, a number of methodological procedures were followed to investigate the problem at hand. Firstly, 10 different Yemeni legal documents were selected using two main criteria: familiarity to the translator and circularity to among Yemeni immigrants abroad. Secondly, a random sample consisting of 10 Yemeni licensed translators from the provinces Ib, Taiz, and Sana'a was selected, and each of them was sent a package of the 10 selected documents for the translation in English. These documents are religious marriage contract, confirmation of marriage, certificate of confirmation of patronage, decree of restriction of inheritance, confirmation of death, certificate of divorce, decree of remarriage to a divorced wife, certificate of confirmation of guardianship, power of attorney, and document. These documents are considered to be most familiar to the Yemeni translators and circulated widely among the Yemeni immigrants. Thirdly, a thorough analysis of the written English translation of the selected Yemeni Arabic legal documents was carried out to identify the problems encountered by the translators. These included lexical and semantic problems, structural problems, stylistic problems, cultural problems, technical problems, and lexical and semantic problems are discussed following these subcategories: the choice of synonyms, use of primary meaning of the words, use of the English collocations, use of terminology, use of denotative meaning and connotative meaning of the words, co-mixing. For the structural problems are discussed in relation to tense choice, phrasal verbs, parts of speech, pronouns, prepositions, word formation. Stylistic problems are discussed in relation to the common stylistic problems of translation, that is omission and redundancy. Cultural problems are discussed in relation to the translation of Arabic terms and expressions adopted from the Islamic law, the Holy Quran, and prophetic tradition, hadith. As far as the results are concerned, two kinds of cultural problems were observed in the given translation: intelligibility of Arabic cultural terms, omission of Quranic verses, and prophetic tradition. Technical problems are discussed under the following subcategories: capitalization, underlining, parentheses and brackets, punctuation, abbreviations, address writing, spelling. Okay, at the end, the study have some suggestions and recommendations that are some of these recommendations, translators should be aware that meaning is not only conveyed by words, hence decoding and recoding of nomenclatures, figures, tables, and charts, standardized terms, acronyms, is matter that must be probably concerned. Translators have to find solution to the problems of translation, such as linguistic or cultural, and translatability, being able to manage losses and gains, solutions to lexical ambiguity through various mechanisms, such as compensation, loans, explanatory notes, adaptation, equivalence, paraphrasing. Translators should observe that the essence in terms of meaning and sense, register and styles, and the layout of the original document in terms of format, sources, paragraphs, is probably adhered to in the translated unit. Regarding to the use of translation procedures and strategies, translators must make a choice in each paragraph, sentence, or translation unit so as to decide which of them is the most useful for the transfer of the ideas in the documents being translated. It means adapting the most suitable strategies and techniques to the requirements of text rather than adopting a certain technique and using it forever. So the study has also shown that the translating legal documents from Arabic into English is a very difficult task. The translators encounter many problems relating to the lexic, semantics, syntax, culture, style, and layout. These problems should be taken seriously into consideration. It has shown that the translator produce distorted translation because they are unaware of the characteristics of both Arabic and English legal language. So the attention of the translator should be focused on these characteristics. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Hakima Mansoor Ahmad, for your paper on Yemeni Arabic legal documents. She's a research scholar from University of Sana'a, Yemen. Thank you very much. And we have one more paper, and the paper will be presented by the research scholar from University of Kerala, Oil Edinburgh, and the topic is translation of the work Oitari il Mani, the commentary of Juru Kentolda. I think Oil Edinburgh is here. We can invite him. He is here. Oil Edinburgh. Okay, you can present the paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Oyun, ICCR scholar from Mongolia. Today, I will talk about the translation of Danzindago's Dr. Romani and my personal experience, how to translate it. So, why is it not going? It's not going. So, Dr. Romani, it's one of the survival literature of Mongolian language. It is written in 1736 by Danzindagwa, a Mongolian monk, Buddhist monk, and finally found in 1950s in Inner Mongolia and published in 1959 in Inner Mongolia. And it has translated into Russian 1963 and into English 2020 by me. So first, I would talk about the Danzindagwa. Danzindagwa is, as I said, Mongolian monk. And his works were very famous. One of them, Dr. Romani and Golden Jadamba. So Dr. Romani, so it's a full name, Zurkhan Tashtin Tadbring Usking Indurking Harmfog Adlach, Dr. Roman Himik Orshwat. The commentary of Jurgen Tolta, Dr. Romani, the enlightener from the darkness caused by mistakes of unknowing the correct syllables or sounds. It is written in 1736. The manuscript found in Mongolia by the end of 90s, but it was found in Inner Mongolia in 1950s. It just consists of 26 pages of block script of written Mongol. It has 3 chapters and 9 subchapters, including epilogue and closing verses. The translation of Akhtor-Romani. In Mongolia, in the early centuries AD, interpreters played an important role in Buddhist translation forums, which were both intense seminars on Buddhist sutras and also meant to produce Buddhist texts in Mongolian translation. The forum was mostly organized in king's residence, and will show how the forum was going on in this time. In Danzendaguas, Akhtor-Romani mentioned some translations done by Tibetan and Mongolian monks and scholars. In the first chapter, they will mention about the Tibetan monk Pakspa, how he created the Mongolian script, how he tried to translate the Buddhistic canonical texts into Mongolian. And during the Haisen Khan, His Highness Seydu Sakya Lama chose Gyatso to translate Buddha's words into Mongolian. So in this section, he is talking about the Turbuljung Osik, the Horik. So there are some related works to the translation of written Mongol. The first one, as I said, published in 1959 in Inner Mongolia. Second one, 1997, the first full edition of Akhtor-Romani's compilation into Cyrillic was introduced by Dr. Unurbainse in 1997. The name, The Monuments of Mongolian Linguistics. This book includes the chosen 5 linguistic moments from the first volume of Mongol Hitni, Shinchli Dorsklin Pijak, 1959, that was done by ancient Mongolian grammarians and their works. In every monument, he gave brief reviews about the author and his work. Of course, the annotation lists were there. The third one is Sirje 2005, Early Mongolian Linguistic Texts. It was published in Hungary, Budapest. The last one was published in 2018 by the Science Academy of Mongolia. Its name, Some Monuments of Written Mongol Grammar. The book including the rare monuments of written Mongol script book covering from the 16th century till the 19th century. So now we are talking about the translation of Akhtor-Romani. As I told, the translation of Akhtor-Romani into English hasn't done by anyone before. The only one translation with the brief explanation into Russian by Baltmujapov, PV, with title Mongolian Grammar, Mongolian Manuscript, Russian Text, was done in 1962 in Ulan-Ude, Russia. The book consists of brief review of the grammar text covering the 18th century, 2 xylographies of Akhtor-Romani and Bilgundalda, particularly the Russian translation of Akhtor-Romani. The annotation list with an appendix of Akhtor-Romani. So Russian was actually an international language, so that they are translated into Russian. So Akhtor-Romani, it's one commentary of the written Mongol grammar. It is consisting of 3 chapters. The first chapter of Akhtor-Romani will include the pages 1 to 7. It starts with the opening verses to the god of knowledge Manjushri and his consort of goddess Saraswati. If the sutra is starting with the Manjushri and Saraswati, we could automatically understand this is going to talk about linguistics. So it deals with the brief history.
Ma'am, please unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic. The sound is not audible. Please unmute your mic. Okay.
Sound is not.
Okay. Please unmute.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Okay. It deals with the brief history of the development of written Mongol and how it's introduced from the 11th to 18th century. No, it's not. Something is going on. Yeah. So the linguistic technical terms in this chapter are 11, including usuk, diskrtwi, mahting, yadgal, chunk, hundi, sarmag, turbulchusuk, urusuk, urmogil, ichik, etc. The first 3 pages gives a number of names of Mongolian and Manchu kings, queens, princesses. The second chapter of Turkmeni provides the grammar of written Mongol along with the explanation on the linguistic terms, which means the 35 linguistic terms were here mentioned and explained, and also explained in the order of the old sutra style. It starts from page 8 to 20, including the grammar patterns of written Mongol, such as Hundi and Sol categorization of sounds. This includes the prototype of phonetics, phonology, syntax, semantics, and alpha-syllabic features of written Mongol. The technical terms in the second chapter of Turkmeni are around 35, as I told. It starts from the Ekshik to the Ulugdultuk with the definition and examples. The third chapter of Turkmeni, so it has 3 subchapters: formation of written Mongol syllables in terms of Indian 5-element theory, the formation of written Mongol syllables in terms of Chinese 5-element theory, and the last chapter is the closing verses. The pages 21 to 26 will cover the third chapter. The technical terms in this chapter are, as I said, 11, Afterwe, he, Alf, Os, Shara, etc. The third chapter of Turkmeni was the additional chapter, like the noun pattern sub-chapter from the second chapter by Danzin Dagwa. Now we are going to the my personal experience by the translating the canonical texts. So here we are. So I had 3 types of obstacles. First, it was similarity between modern and early linguistic terms, which means I should find some kind of relationship between the modern and early linguistic terms. In the Turkmeni, we could find prototypes of phonetics, phonology, orthography, semantics, and syntax, orthography to grammatology, cross-linguistics, science of the reading, and alt-text study, Trans-Eurasian study, historical linguistics to Indology. So it was covering a lot of linguistic fields. So on the way, I have met one different types of grammatical texts in Korean language. So now you see the Turkmeni compared with the Korean grammar text. So from the full name, we could understand there is some kind of relationship because they are talking about the correct sounds. Even in Turkmeni, we are talking about the unknowing the correct syllables. So full name is talking about some kind of connection between them. And the authors are Korean grammar book was written by the scholars of Jupung Yong-jung, all of the Warface, under the initiative of King Sejong. Likewise, in Mongolia, it was written by Modam Rabjamkan Tanzindagwa under the initiation of Yeonjung Emperor. Only the difference are there. Around 300 years gap is there because the Korean grammar book was written in 1446. In Mongolian, it's Islam commentary, 1736. So chapters is really interesting. Turkmeni has 3 main chapters, including 9 subchapters in 26, and Hormin has 33 chapters. And the main philosophy was very very similar because it's based on the major overtures of underpinning the creation of the letters. It is also talking in Jurgen Halta in Ochtergon Mali. So the
I will send you to bio data speaker. Now, check it out.
And the two grammar texts are found in 1956 and Korean 1986. The second obstacles I have faced.
Ma'am, can you wind up in 2 minutes?
What's going on?
Finish. Try 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes. Oh yes, I'm already done. So second one is understanding canonical texts. So as I'm a atheist, I was born in an atheist country in the atheist parents. So I went to the online courses of Buddhism, and every time I went to my country, I was visiting 3-month elementary courses for the beginners. So the third one is the differences in the stylistics. So just go through these differences in the stylistics. I have used the annotation list from Dalton Japel, Wunderbayang, and by myself, and also online Buddhistic dictionary. So summary. The 26-page manuscript of Toromani by Dansendagwa is the key to understand the written Mongol grammar, which is conservative and unchanged in the last century. We could find the traces of modern linguistic sub-branches. The tradition of Sanskrit grammar came with the Buddhist monks from the 1st to 11th century to the Southeast Asian countries. The Sanskrit impact evolved more features to the grammar of Southeast Asian languages and improved them into classical languages. Translation of grammar texts of East Asian languages could be the pioneering work for finding the mother languages of all these languages. Thank you. If you have a recommendation and suggestion, you can write me to my email address.
Thank you, Oil Nadigabat, for your wonderful presentation on the Mongolian translation or the English translation of the Mongolian text. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now it's time to have a discussion. We have 3 presenters, Hakima Mansoor Ahmad, Salah Naji, Oil Nadigabat. If you have any question, you can directly ask them. I think they will respond. I think Professor K. Mohammed has something to ask to Hakima Mansoor. Sir, can you hear? Professor K. Mohammed, can you hear?
I think there is anyone.
If you can ask something, just unmute your mic and please ask. Because all others to mute their voice. Kindly mute their the voice. All others are requested to mute your voice. If you want to ask, please unmute your mic and ask. Professor K. Mohammed, you are there? Okay.
There's no question, we can wind up the session, sir.
Okay. If you don't have any question, we can wind up the session. I thank you all for the presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can wind up the session.
Thank Dr. M. Shamna, Head Department of Arabic, for chairing this session, and all the presenters for their wonderful and active presentations. With this, we are moving to our next technical session. Next technical section, and to the next technical session, we have I invite Professor N. Suresh, Honorable Director, Center for Translation Studies, University of Kerala, to chair the session, and I request Suresh sir to proceed with the session. Thank you. Suresh sir. I request Professor Suresh to proceed with the section. Once again, I repeat, Professor Suresh, sir, if you are available, please join us. We have to move with our session. Okay, I think some technical issue. He is not available now. I kindly request Dr. Sajida M. MA, Webnair Coordinator, Chairperson, School of Languages and Head Department of English, Farouk College to chair this session. And I request Sajida ma'am to proceed with this session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, welcome to the sixth technical session of this international conference. And it is a great honor for me to chair a session in which the plenary speaker is Dr. Priya K. Nair, and she will speak on the topic translation as a cross-cultural narrative. Let me introduce the speaker to the audience. Dr. Priya K. Nair is currently on deputation as Research Officer at Kerala State Higher Education Council. She is Assistant Professor in the Department of English, St. Teresa's College, Kerala. Before joining service in Kerala, she worked at a university in the UAE. Her PhD was on feminist theory and fiction. She has a diploma in journalism from Symbiosis. She also did a certificate course in teaching English language to adults, that is CELTA from UK. She is a research guide recognized by MG University. Her areas of interest are literary theory, gender studies, cultural practices, and translation studies. She has published articles in several academic journals and has served as resource person in national and international seminars and conferences. She has two published translations, Francis Itikora's Sugandhi Elias Andal Devanayaki, which was published by Harper, and Sugandhi made it the long list of DSC Prize. She is currently working towards a book that will mark the gender history of women in Kerala. It's a great privilege for the organizers of this conference to have Dr. Priya K. Nair amongst us. So welcome, Priya.
Thank you so much. I begin with the usual question. Am I visible? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are visible and audible.
Okay.
Dr. Priya.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I first place on record my gratitude to the organizers, to my friend Sajida for such a warm welcome, the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk about translation, which, I deal with translation on a very practical basis because I am in the business, I actually translate from Malayalam into English. And the problem with translating into English, particularly when you are situated within India, is that you are catering to two sorts of audiences at the same time. One, the people in India or in Kerala for whom English is a second language, but for many people who communicate in English as if it were their first language. And then you also always aim at an international audience when you are presenting a writing in regional literature to a Western audience or to an English-speaking audience, because that is how you frame your narrative. You're framing your the regional narratives, the icons in the regional text, the cultural nuances in the regional text into a Western language, for us, perhaps a colonizer's language. So there are many players in this game, actually. It's not just the interaction between the author and the translator. You have the public to answer to, you have the editor to answer to, you have the reviewers to answer to. So there are multiple players in a game when you're actually involved in practically translating and publishing. I'm not talking about the academic side of it alone. I'm talking about the real life experience of translating a text which is very well received in a particular language and trying to carry it over into another tongue, another foreign language. So it has been said that, you live in an age of intense, close global communication, and national boundaries are actually blurred. And age and lifestyle may be more interconnecting than the same language. For example, due to satellite TV, adolescents all over the world speak somewhat the same language as far as their peer group is concerned. So that is how language is evolving on one side. And to look at translation, translation is not merely copying. For example, if you were an artist and you're looking at a painting by Da Vinci or Vermeer or Picasso, and you are trying to copy the painting by itself, there is absolutely no doubt that you are just a copyist. But if translators were merely copyists, then their work is very simple. But the problem is that they have to adapt the text into another language. It's not like looking at a painting and doing the painting in exactly the same way. That would be copying. Whereas for translation, the idea of adaptation is also very crucial. So I thought that, I would talk about the main ideas regarding translating from a regional language into another language and the cultural nuances that accompany or that are very crucial in these sort of translations. We understand that no text can be rewritten with 100% fidelity in another language. So it's a question of whether you want beauty or whether you want fidelity. And translation theory has a lot of anti-female quotations which say that, it's like a wife. A translation is like a wife. Either she is beautiful or she is faithful. I will not be, using those sort of metaphors because they are very, very anti-female and they sort of think of translation as a secondary activity. Whereas translation, though a dependent activity, is definitely not a secondary activity, because as we have seen, there are many cases when a book which would have been read only
how
by
much time can she take?
Which would have been read by very, very small group of people who speak the same language, would have been just confined there. Due to translation, gets it to a wider audience. For example, none of us in Kerala or India would have had the opportunity to read Orhan Pamuk because he writes in Turkish. And if not for Pamuk's translator, we would not have been able to get an essence of the Turkey that he tries to portray before us. We would not have read Marquez either, because neither does Marquez write in English. So translation is, though a dependent activity, not a secondary activity. It is not something, it's not an inferior activity, is what I'm trying to say. So there are people, or there is a group of academics who see translation as a traitorous act. And here, cultural differences are emphasized, and translation is seen as coming to terms with otherness by either resisting the otherness or by foreignizing the translation, which emphasize the difference and the foreignness of the text. So the foreignized translation is one that engages the readers in domestic terms that have been defamiliarized to such an extent. So this is why Derrida says, there is transference without much remainder. So that is in essence a translation. So you have these multiple models of translation. For example, if you care to look at translated works, some translated books, where sometimes they're novels, sometimes they are non-fiction, they would have n number of footnotes, which means that each and every time you're trying to carry over a term with cultural nuances into another language, you give a footnote. Harish Trivedi has actually called these footnotes falling at the feet notes, because he says that when you read a text in English, or when you read a novel in English, perhaps, the writer doesn't bother to explain to you the nuances of the cultural associations of any term in his text. You're supposed to understand it. In much the same way, why do you sort of go into such lengthy explanations in order to convey the cultural nuances of your regional text into a Western language? So that is another attitude or another take on translation, where they say that, or they resist the idea of giving extensive footnotes. So you have, within this context, we understand that hierarchy, hegemony, and cultural dominance are said to be reflected in translations, particularly those translations which were done in the colonial period. You can find this very, very clearly. So the translation of the foreign text may also reveal the ideological and the political agendas of the target culture. So we understand that, like I said, there is one way of giving footnotes where you completely explain everything to the audience or the reader, or there is another way where, the Janet has actually called it the paratextual motive, where the blurb, the translator's note, the foreword of the translator, all these are paratextualities, and these are very, very self-referential. And that is why it has also been said that translation is inherently a self-referential narrative or a self-referential modality of a text. Because this form, the idea that this is a the information that this is a translation is framed on the title page itself. All right. I'm sorry, I will not be reading the messages now because I'm not very used to technology. So I think I'll just go ahead with the presentation. The queries, I can look into it the last 5 minutes. So on the title itself, you find this declaration. Look, this is a translation. And this actually invites the reader to enter into a contract. That is, you're agreeing to read the text as simulating a discourse in another language. So even when you say that I have read Dostoevsky or I have read Tolstoy, what you're actually saying is I have read a translation of Dostoevsky. I have read a translation of Marquez. So the contract allows the reader's awareness of the original as being distinct from the translation. And this is sort of what Coleridge called the willing suspension of disbelief, because this idea that it's a translation remains latent with us. Please note this, as long as the illusion of equivalence lasts, as long as you don't have any stumbling blocks in the narrative, till then the illusion lasts. But the illusion can never be complete, because if it were, then it would not be a translation. Now, this is specifically addressed when you read a text. You know the language in which the text was written, you read that text and you read the translation as well. That is when the illusion starts to falter. So like I said, it is self-referential, and this happens because the text is recognized as a translation. It's like a quote unquote sort of thing, because the label tells you that you are reporting or relaying somebody else's words. The announcement is that the text to follow is a translation. It frames the reenactment that follows. And if only by activating a particular set of expectations, which may be satisfied or may not be satisfied, which may leave the reader quite disappointed. So this is what is called a paratext, which is the translator's preface. And that will make the difference between the frame and what is contained within it more emphatic. It draws attention to what is called the display at the expense of the replay. So these are the two concepts you're playing with. The display, that this is a translation, and the self-referential idea, it's a translation, because you're replaying or re-articulating what somebody else has already established, already tried to articulate. So the translation then becomes one way of translation among many others. A translator very openly through the preface tells you that this is my preference, this is my artistic aesthetic contribution, my understanding of the text, which is like, you have the reader response theory, which tells you that no reading is a final reading, just like nobody can step into the same river twice, because the river keeps changing and you keep changing. In much the same way, no true translations can be the same. And this is just one among the multiple possible translations of a text. So when you approach a translation through the preface that frames it, a translation actually projects one type of representation among others. And what matters there is the representation on display, on show at that point of time, rather than the absent original, particularly when you do not know the language in which the first text was written. Because when we use the term original, it again leads you to more confusion, because you have Roland Barthes to declare that there is no author, the author is dead. So the idea of the original becomes extremely complex when you view translation through the perspective of deconstructive structures. So what is at stake when these things are seen from this particular angle is that the choice of one mode of representation to other existing modes or other available modes. And this is the choice that is very clearly stated in the translator's preface itself. So we could say that, like Coleridge spoke about a willing suspension of disbelief. You imagine that the text is the first text, and that nobody has played with the text, and you find what the author wanted to say within the text. But even an uninhibited reading of the translation is not possible because the echo of the regional text can be seen in the other language, or the echo of the first text which on which the translation is dependent is seen in the other text. So this preface can be seen as a what do I say? A contract of assuring the reader that you will be reading a text definitely, but it will be a replay of what has already been said. So the self-referentiality of the translation is raised to the level of self-reflection when the act of translation is rehearsed or it is played out within a translation, when the form, the idea, the concept re-enters the form and the contract is renegotiated within the text. I hope I'm making sense, because you first develop this text based on the first text, and then you state that this is another text which is dependent, and then you have the self-referentiality which is raised to self-reflection. And this is what happens when the performance of translation is thematized in a translation itself. And what is happening with the preface is that the idea of meta translation actually enters the domain. So I'll just give a couple of examples to show how the preface actually works as a narrative, as a cross-cultural narrative of the translated work itself. So you have the translation of Hitler, and the paratext of the 1939 American translation of Mein Kampf. The editors and the translators actually disassociated themselves from Hitler's book, and they ensured a critical reading of the translation itself. So the time was 1939, and the world was actually brimming with violence. And at that point of time, to translate Hitler itself was a political act. And the translators and the editors wanted to distance themselves from what Hitler was spewing, after the hatred that he was spewing. So the translation is directly affected by the frame that surrounds it. And this is also seen in the later translation of Hitler's autobiography by Ralph Manheim. So unlike the first translation, Manheim intervenes in the actual translation by sort of inserting footnotes, like I said, and to clarify stylistic issues. So he was quite taken up by the stylistic problems in Hitler's narrative, and he speaks about the style, the grammar lapses, the errors, and he apologizes. He says that, look, my translation seems to be substandard, not because I do not know English, but because Hitler did not know proper German, because his German was faulty. There are errors in the text, and as a faithful translator, I cannot rectify the errors. So this is the idea that the Hitler narrative gives us through a cross-cultural transformation. There is another wartime translation called The Speeches of Hitler, and it was actually published by the Royal Institute of International Affairs. And this has been called, titles, translations like this have been called documentary translation, because its framing or the preface or the paratext of this translation turns the entire translated work into a political weapon against the author. So please, I hope you understand the paradox. So if you write a book trying to convey your ideology, the translation and the preface of the translation actually completely subverts this point, turns it upon itself, and the last laugh is had by the translator, because the very text that you chose to circulate and propagate your political ideology is being used as a political weapon against you by the intervention of the translator. So that is why it's called a documentary translation. So actually, in the Speeches of Hitler, the translator says, now from this, a student will learn what we are fighting, especially when he remembers the extent of the deception as practiced by Hitler. And if he should succeed doing this, the purpose would have been fulfilled. So you're using Hitler's very ideology, translating it into your language and using it against the particular person, a specific person who intended this to be a political narrative, political weapon rather. And that is intensely political on one side, and you have religious translation and the angst of a practicing believer on the other hand. When you have this Robinson Crusoe, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe translated into Chinese. So the 20th century translator Lin Shu actually writes in his preface, in this book, there are many descriptions of a religious matter. And it looks as if the translator is devoted to that religion, Puritan Christianity. And he says, that is not true. Translating a book is different from writing one. When you translate, you are recounting what has happened. How can you put in your own opinions? So it's like, anticipatory bail. Look, I am just do not kill the messenger. I am just the translator. I do not believe in this at all. So what happens when you read the preface and then go into a text? You are not just very naively or like an innocent reader of Crusoe. You understand that Daniel Defoe had a definite religious ideology to propagate. And your translator, when he is sort of carrying this over into Chinese language, he is sort of begging your pardon. Look, these are religious ideas based on imagination. I do not share the same imagination. So the text, though he is faithful to the text, with the use of the preface, with the use of the paratext, he subverts the entire translated narrative. So if you look at the Vienna Convention, that's a United Nations convention revisited last in 1986. Article 33 says, when a treaty has been authenticated in 2 or more languages, the text is equally authoritative in each language, unless the treaty provides that or the parties agree that there is a divergence, in which case a particular text shall prevail. So again, you have the same idea in 2 different languages, and the Vienna Treaty, which says that if there is a problem, then you have to come to another agreement regarding which text should prevail in case of a dispute. So this is what is known as authentication. But within fiction, this authentication is not very easy because for one, sometimes, like in the case of the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, or the 1001 Nights, you do not have an author to go back to because these are just fragmented oral narratives. So authentication is not really possible in the case of fiction, particularly fiction of a particular date and time. So I'll just quickly go into a couple of more examples. One example which I found very fascinating as regards the Vienna Agreement was the Treaty of Waitangi, where the New Zealand actually in 1840, it was one of New Zealand's foundational documents, it is said, and it was signed by William Hobson as a representative of the British Crown and by 500 Maori chiefs, the indigenous people of New Zealand. And William Hobson, it is still disputed, it is said, William Hobson had drafted the original English text and it was translated into Maori by an Anglican missionary called Henry Williams. On 5th February 1840, Hobson and the Maori chiefs signed their version of the language. So they signed the English version, the others, people who read Maori language, signed their version of the text. But no formal authentication happened. And the difference in interpretation rose regarding sovereignty and possession of the land. So the British understood and the British wanted a treaty to secure British sovereignty of the territory. Now, that is what always happens when the colonial powers are involved. They want complete control, sovereign control over a territory. The Maori translation read that the treaty meant powers of governance only, because the idea of possession of land did not fit the Maori conceptions at all. I'm sure that if there are students here and you have read the indigenous American narratives where they talk about, you cannot own land, human beings cannot own land. So this is the idea that Maoris had too. So the idea of possession of land, which is very clearly there in the English version, was not understood by them because they did not have the concept of owning land or possessing land, which was seen as a common inherited product. Right. So the corresponding term indicated control and authority, but they did not see that land could be owned or land could be traded. So we find that in the authenticated versions of the treaty and 2 versions of the same treaty, the problem arises because we do not have the same idea, the same concepts regarding ownership or possession. So this is why I started off by saying that translation can become quite complex, quite complicated, because you have different ideas in different regions regarding life and the various systems of life itself. Then I spoke about authentication. So authentication is when you give your signature, your validation, right? Now, this is you have these authorized versions of the Bible, right? In much the same way, you have authorized versions of the text. And this is what is called the authenticated version of the text. So then you go on to self-translation. And self-translation, when the author himself or herself translates a text, and it is quite authentic, you feel. But I'm sure that students who read Malayalam would know about Kazakh in the Itihasam and the translation by the author himself, and how different it is, and the number of studies which have happened based on the self-translation of the author. And I would just like to give you a couple of more examples. So the phenomenon of self-translation and the authentication within self-translation has been very efficiently documented, particularly in recent times. And you have bilingual authors like Nabokov, who wrote both in English as well as in Russian. And you have Beckett, who wrote in French and English. And the issue here is not primarily whether bilingual writers are equally comfortable in two languages, or how closely these self-translation match the first text. And you have Bert Fish, who has argued in his study of Beckett that the idea is ontological. Why? Why is a study of such self-translation based on ontological idea perspective? So works translated by the same author do not refer back to their originals in the way translation do. So they have a common authorial intent, which means the author does not need to go back to the first text constantly, because he feels that he is in control of his text, and therefore he is free to manipulate the second text or text which comes after in another language. And as a result, as Fitch says, translations and originals end up as parallel productions which generate independent critical discourses in either language. Mind you, these are self-translations. And you have Bijor, Elizabeth Bijor, who has done a very intensive and extensive study of bilingual Russian writers. And she stresses the equality of the original and translation when the latter is a self-translation. And there is a sentence which I would like to quote from Bijor when she says that self-translation is a Mephistophelian pleasure of creating two mutually orbiting works in dynamic equilibrium. So the word dynamic becomes very, very important here, because it shows change, it shows motion. And because the author is in control, he is capable or she is capable of effecting this. But the problem is, when we actually are bilingual ourselves and we try to read these two texts and we come across two completely different texts sometimes. For example, Kundera was a Czech writer who moved to France and became a French citizen in 1981. And he began to write in French from then onwards. And he personally, his works had already been translated into French language. And once he became a French citizen, he started amending French translation of all his Czech books between 85 and 87. And then he started to insist that the French version of the book is the authentic version, not the first one, rather the French version is the authentic version. And what has he done here? He has transformed the French version into the original and marginalized the first Czech text, and has ensured that translations, or in some cases retranslations into other texts, would be based on the French text. Now that becomes extraordinarily crucial when you translate from Malayalam or any Indian language into English, because any further translation would not be from your regional language text, but rather from the English text, because that is a more accessible language. And therefore, the nuances that have floated into the English translation is sure to be captured by the other text as well. I'll just give you a personal experience. As a translator, I translated Sahitya Academy winning novelist T.D. Ramakrishnan, Sugandhi Elias Andal Devanayaki into English. And this novel was based in Sri Lanka. And when this novel came out in English, the maximum number of emails we received were from Sri Lanka. And they kept on asking for, translation rights. And the paradox is that they did not understand the Malayalam text, so they would base their translations into Sinhalese on the English translation. So any gaps, any problems, any complexities, or any additions by the translator into the English text would have resulted in much the same being reflected in the Sinhalese text itself. So that is the responsibility, the onus that a translator takes. And this is where, the idea of fidelity and aestheticism also comes in, because you have this group of people called the translation police. That they're in all, you have multiple bilingual readers anywhere, and they're very, very careful about translations. And I was very, very severely criticized because they said that, look, this is not T.D. Ramakrishnan. I told them, no, this is not T.D. Ramakrishnan at all, because this is an English version of T.D. Ramakrishnan. And my final motive was that the reading be easy. I did not, that is a problem with translation. The more and more the translator becomes visible, the ease of reading deteriorates. And that is why it is said that the best translators are invisible. I'll just give you 2 more examples. I hope I have time. I'll just give you 2 more examples before I move on. One is...
Priya,
yeah?
Dr. Priya,
yes,
Saji? Could you conclude within five minutes?
Right. Okay, I shall conclude within
I'm
5
sorry.
minutes. I was rushing. Right. Okay. So one is the translation of a Booker Prize winning novel called The Vegetarian, written by Kang. It was published in Korean language and translated into English. It was largely unnoticed in Korean, but it gained a lot of appreciation in English. But the translation police intervened and they said, the words have been mistranslated. The subject, the main protagonist has not so much agency in the Korean language. Everything has changed. But the question is, finally, that book won critical applause. That book won the Booker, whereas in the Korean language, Vegetarian went largely unnoticed. So that is the crisis that I am trying to talk about. And you have multiple translations, like you have, the Arabian Nights, because there is not one single version of the Arabian Nights. And it is said that, the French translation of the Arabian Nights actually introduced Sinbad the Sailor, and it was taken back into 1001 Nights, and it was not the other way around. So these are multiple interesting stories about translations. And I would like to sort of wind up by talking about James Bond. And if you read James Bond and then you watch the movie James Bond, we understand that, because James Bond becoming very, very British in the text and in the novel rather. And then when you find the Hollywood reproduction, Bond becoming very American there. And then there is a book called, what was that? Yeah. Skyflight, that is a movie of James Bond. And the Turkish translation of the text reveals multiple gaps because it actually talks about events in Turkey of a certain period, which they were not very comfortable talking about. And the entire segment was in fact taken away in the translated version. So we come up with the idea that the translator is not just a traitor. The translator is a cultural interpreter, is someone who from a particular culture assists as a service provider to understand each other. The clients are understanding each other, and the focus is on effective communication, understanding the text written in their language and trying to convey this idea with the same impact in the next text also. And that is where paratexts become unusually important. And I'll wind up with Adolf Hohmester, who's a Czech translator of James Joyce, who says that verbal, visual paratexts are all experimental texts in themselves. And you can imagine how difficult it would have been to translate James Joyce, whose use of language is so evolutionary because he doesn't stick to the tried and tested metaphors. He evolves with language. His works evolve with new types of language. And to translate that, the paratext becomes automatically an experimental text in itself. I hope I have succeeded in conveying what I wanted to say, which is that translation is not just taking one word and replacing it with another. Translation is all about getting two cultures to mix, and you form, like Homi Bhabha said, a liminal space, a third space, a new foundational idea where everything is fleeting, everything is liminal, and the translator herself or himself knows that mine is just one version. Multiple other versions might or might not follow. Thank you so much. I hope you have sort of understood what I was trying to say, because these are very strange times. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priya. And whether it's post-lunch or pre-lunch, Priya's energy is really admirable. And I'm sure that the audience will have a lot of questions to ask her.
Oh, yeah,
But
I hope I can
as the chairperson of the session, Professor N. Suresh, he has joined. I would request him to initiate the discussions.
Thank you.
Professor N. Suresh, the Honorable Director, Center for Translation Studies, University of Kerala, is online, I hope. I hope he can initiate the discussion.
Excuse me, ma'am, kindly request him to unmute himself.
Oh, yeah, yes, Mr. Isa, that would be really great.
Dr. N. Suresh, kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, Professor Hassan Ghazala, you're most welcome again. And I think you would like to say something regarding the previous presentation. Please go on.
Thank you very much. A remarkable lady and a remarkable paper indeed. Thank you very much indeed. You are speaking at the heart of translation theory and practice, which is what we are all gathering to talk about. You have raised, many issues, not only several, many issues that are of great interest to translators, to professionals, to students, and to translation theory and practice. Just could collect 3 points to ask you about and comment on. First, translating. You said translating with fidelity into another language is, of course, not possible. Well, if you mean by fidelity here, faithfulness and honesty, of course, I would argue against that, because we are fiddle in our translation. For a good reason, we may probably not render the SL text meaning, and we have to have our justifications. But if you mean meaning cannot be perfectly rendered into another language, I say yes. Many of our translations are actually approximate translations. Sometimes we don't feel it. We don't feel it. And there is always the proximity principle in translation. The point is, many, again, terms, words, expressions are translated unconsciously by translators as the appropriate translation. And some would call it proper translation, which is, of course, having a question mark after it. For instance, now the word prayer. Now we translate it maybe into many languages, including Arabic, as salah, which is agreed upon. But it is what? It is an approximate translation. In its implication, it is an approximate translation. It is not perfect or complete translation, because our prayer is different from other religions' prayers, and they can say the same. So, but the concept, the general idea is there. So we agree upon translating prayer into salah or dua, and of course we know the differences in salah and dua in Islam compared to other religions. The same applies even to romanticism. Romanticism is partially translated into Arabic as رقة مشاعر عاطفية. Some would say وجدانية, etc. And of course, some would escape with romancia. Why is it partial? You know, romanticism includes, you know, feelings, love, emotions, and of course, atheism. This part of the meaning of romanticism is left out in Arabic. The same applies actually to many well-known words in translation from democracy. Now we translate it into demokratiya to Arabic to mean the political part of it, not the whole meaning of democracy. Democracy is a totalistic, comprehensive word in English, but we take only the political side, especially the freedom of speech and of course elections. So here we have so many of these that are translated and concept translated approximately nothing translation of meaning, not perfect translation. I mean, there's no perfect translation, but of meaning, yes, maybe, I mean, completely. But on many occasions, we have approximate translation. Secondly, the ideological and political consideration in the target language to be taken by the translator. Yes, but why just for the target in the target language? Of course, we have to have this in mind, especially when we have sensitive, well, maybe areas, expressions, or concepts, or maybe concepts that are not acceptable in the target language. For instance, the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf is Persian for the Iranians, but not for Arabs. So when I have the Persian Gulf, and by the way, the Persian Gulf is the only term in English language and dictionaries. So now we are not going, of course, to translate it into Al-Khalij al-Farisi, but on one condition, I translate it literally Al-Khalij al-Farisi, and then I comment on that, paraphrase or footnote, but it is an Arabian Gulf. So here we have sensitivity in, I mean, ideological and political sensitivity. Otherwise, when we have, for instance, political statements, we have to be honest, faithful, and almost literal in rendering them, exactly like many, well, very, well, sort of, well, literal or, I mean, sensitive or expressive text, so to speak, political, maybe religious, some literature, etc. Now, number three, just not to take,
Professor
just number three.
Hassan Ghazala.
Just number three, yes.
Professor.
Yes, just
Professor,
one
since we
point.
are running short of time,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's all right.
Could you
So,
make the
shall I
question
start? Yes,
short?
yes. Now I would ask the lady about the difference, or what does she mean by self-reflection and self-referentiality? Now, can we reflect, or does she mean that translator had to reflect himself or herself into his or her culture, or shall we be sometimes strictly loyal to the SL text because it includes information or details that are related to the SL text? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Sorry for
yeah. Thank you so much, Professor, for that question. I'll just try to quickly answer it. When I meant by self-referentiality is that once you announce that the text is a translation, you are sort of an intermediary. You're announcing, the translator is announcing herself or himself as an intermediary. And you are asking for a willing suspension of disbelief. Now, like you're going to read Dostoevsky, but through the lens that I provide. And that is where it becomes self-referential. And that is why I said that self-referentiality is projected, the announcement that the text that is to follow is a translation. and the preface, which connects, it's sort of a frame which connects the text with the translator, and this makes it even more emphatic. And that is what I was trying to speak when I said about self-referentiality and self-reference. I hope I have answered you. And yes, it's a choice that, there is no single choice that a translator can make, nor do all the translators make the same choice. That's why you have n number of translations of one single text. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Priya.
Doctor,
now let me
one sentence,
welcome
please.
Professor
Yeah, just
Suresh.
allow me one sentence, please. Please, one sentence, please. I love you. Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
I would like to say to those translators who do not know anything about translation theory, please take this speech as an example, an excellent example. Know about translation theory and the complications and the issues, please, and you will be much, much, much better off. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello?
I hope Professor N. Suresh, Honorable Director, Center for Translation Studies, is online.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I request.
I have
just
joined.
1 minute. Yeah. Just let me welcome you, sir. Professor N. Suresh, Honorable Director, Center for Translation Studies, University of Kerala. He will initiate the discussion. Welcome, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee of this international conference, I'm very happy to welcome you to the session.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to know whether Dr. Priya has left or not.
No, I'm here.
Okay. One question. I think, can you arrive at a faithful final translation after a series of retranslation of the same text?
I don't think so, because each time you translate, the context is different. The period in which you translate, the ideology in which the translator believes in, and the ideology which the text is trying to project, whether they are similar or whether they are completely contradictory, the gender of the translator, the sexual preferences of the writer and the translator. That's a very clear case in the case of Lewis Carroll and Alice in Wonderland. That's a very classic example there. So I do not think that, even if the author, because that's why it is said that no two people can even read the same text. In much the same way, the author, if he or she tries to recreate the same text 10 years from now, the text perhaps would be different based on the experiences that the writer has. In much the same way, I guess that, no translation is the final word. I firmly believe in Derrida when he speaks about, the liminality of ideas and concepts and words.
Okay. Another thing is that when a creator create a novel or anything like that, he will have in mind a thematic idea, and that may be the whole text may be the elaboration of the same. I mean, if the translator fails to understand it,
I request you to start the session.
Okay.
We are running short.
Okay. Now I would like to invite the paper presenter.
Yeah. So shall I leave?
Okay. Leave.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. Thank you.
Okay. The first paper presenter of this session is, I think, Tina Thompson, research scholar, Devmata College, Kurivilangal. The topic is Bhaba's cultural translation of men. I invite her to present.
Good afternoon, all. I am Tina Thompson. The topic of the paper is Bhaba's cultural translation of men. Translation, as we know, works with and between languages and cultures, but the relationship between language and culture has been the subject of much debate. There has been at least two broad schools or approaches that have attempted to offer explanation about language-culture relation in the context of translation. One is linguistics approach and the other is translation studies approach. In the two approaches, the linguistic approach gives central importance to language in the process of translation. Translation studies approach noticed that translation worked not only with the linguistic factors but also with extra-linguistic features. To the translation studies scholars, language existed in the context of culture. The phenomenon of text moving across from culture to another is considered cultural translation in translation studies. Homi Bhabha, in his Location of Culture, deals with cultural translation in a quite different sense, that is the movement of a person from one language cultural context to another as translation. He uses the term translation not to describe a transaction between texts and languages, but in the sense of being carried across from one place to another. Bhabha's book Location of Culture, published in 1991, the new treatment of the term cultural translation occurs in the last chapter of Location of Culture, titled How Newness Enters the World Postmodern Space, Postcolonial Times and the Trials of Cultural Translation. Bhabha takes Salman Rushdie for the discussion of the topic. Rushdie himself remarked that we are translated men. Here he is exploiting the meaning of the word translation, which means to carry across. Migration from one place to another will bring difference, but it is difficult to decide whether the crossing of cultural frontiers gives freedom from the essence of self or migration only changes the surface of the soul. Bhabha means by translation human migration, and he discusses how Western multiculturalism is brought about by third world migration. He considers hybridity also as cultural translation. This distinctly postmodernist idea of cultural translation is first articulated by Bhabha. It is a non-textual and non-linguistic sense of the term. He uses it to describe the condition of the contemporary world, a world in which millions migrate and change their location every day. He finds that translation is the only possible way to transform the world and bring about something politically new. The upper class migration of the first world from the third world creates multiculturalism in the Western world. The migrated one represents their country through the new language. Those people who remain still in their own country and speak their own language lose relevance. The languages of a nation like India lose their value in the presence of English. For instance, if we take the case of Hani Qureshi, which is quite different from that of Rushdie, we find Qureshi had one English parent and was born in England. He was brought up like an English child and he does not seem to be bothered about his forefathers. Similar is also the case of Jhumpa Lahiri, who was born of Bengali parents in London and grew up in America. She was the daughter of Indian immigrants from West Bengal. Her family moved to United States when she was 2. She grew up in Kingston, Rhode Island. Her mother wanted her children to grow up knowing Bengali heritage. So her family often visited relatives of Calcutta. She has written stories about Indians. She admits that her knowledge about India is limited and her works are like translations. She is not able to read her own books' translations into Bengali. We can also take A.K. Ramanujan's life into consideration. Ramanujan physically shifted, and his shift could be seen as a shift from east to west, from an orthodox Brahmin to cosmopolitan society, from a multilingual Indian context to a predominantly English language American context, from discipline to discipline, like early shift from mathematics to literature to linguistics and to as a translator. Ramanujan's physical relocation as an instance of cultural translation in the light of Homi Bhabha's discussion of the concept. Ramanujan's upbringing provided the foundation on which he later built an impressive body of literature. He was raised in a trilingual environment. He had his own way of blending paradoxes between East and West, between seemingly unrelated things. Amartya Sen in his book Argumentative Indian takes Satyajit Ray to narrate the idea of intercultural communication. Ray's attitude contrasts sharply with the increasing tendency to see Indian culture in the highly conservative terms. He is against the idea that Indian culture must be preserved from the pollution of Western ideas and thought. The presence of cultural divides raises many interesting problems. The possibility of communication, issue of individuality of each culture, and the questions about whether, how, and this individuality can be respected and valued. Even the world grows steadily and smaller and more uniform are the problems related to cultural communication. Ray saw the difficulties as challenges to be encountered rather than the strict boundaries that could not break. Ray accepted the importance of heterogeneity within local communities. This thought contrasts with many people who want to break up nation into some communities. They want to remain confined only in the community. In Ray, we can see a great filmmaker's eagerness to consider a large audience, but by giving attention. The plural nature of literary influence underlying these people will complicate the notion of translation. They are assessing cultures distant in time and space, and the translations emerging out of such simultaneity is continuous with both past and present. This broadens the meaning of translation. For them, one culture is a live culture, and that is not out of place in the new surroundings. They move comfortably in the world. The past is to be wished away, and the present works through it. There seems to be part of the politics of a larger sensibility and a cultural condition described variously as displacement, exile, diaspora, and hybridity. Like Salman Rushdie, cultural displacement becomes a cardinal condition of literary inventiveness, this men's case. Memory and nostalgia have a critical validity. The detachment becomes real only if the writer is physically uprooted or culturally displaced from the native atmosphere. Bhaba's cultural translation is an interesting topic for discussion. Like the text moving from one place to another in cultural context, the writers also move. The movement of writers tends to be a type of cultural translation. These writers enrich our language and culture with their culturally significant works. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Tina.
Thank you.
Now, okay, now the session is open for questions.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I request you, sir, to keep the discussion at the end of all the three presentations due to the lack of time. Thank you.
Okay. So we can ask questions.
Sorry to interrupt.
Anybody is interested?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I request you to keep the discussion at the end of the three presentations.
Okay, okay, thank you.
The lack of
Now, okay, now I invite Shamina CP, PG student in linguistics and language technology, Central University, Kasaragod. Please.
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sharmina CP. I'm here before you to present a seminar on the topic Cultural Standardization and Translation of Indian Advertisements. I would begin with talking about advertisements. Advertisements are the backbone of marketing. It demands or persuades people towards a product. Advertisement translation, nevertheless, is a very huge task. Hamade in 2004 said that long before globalization meant anything to anyone, translation was the main concept in bridging cultures together. India also had a long history for advertisement making. Indian advertisements for Indian products not only focuses on Indian customers, but there are also in the international marketing field. For this purpose, advertisements in Indian languages are translated globally. Many of those have the translated text in the English language, and the source text is written in vernacular Indian languages. In the case of Indian marketing, the situation is more complex, where the translator had to translate advertisements cross-linguistically. The major points to keep in mind for advertisement translation include, first one, for the translation of advertisement for branded products, the socio-cultural elements are taken into notice. Another thing is that most of the advertisement have well-written, simple and fluent English writings or sayings, not only in the English advertisements, but also in other language advertisements. We can see this trend of using English sayings. So translating these sentences must follow the same manner while cross-linguistically translating. Advertisements also use interrogative and imperative sentences, which persuades or impress the customers to buy their products. This should be taken into notice by a translator. Then, the relation between culture and translation is a very much relevant topic. Every language has its own cultural practices and belief system. During translation, the translator finds hard to follow this aspect of languages. By cultural aspects, we mean it includes message, style, images, and emotions, cultural background, connotation, everything associated with the source text. So the recreation of these aspects of the source text into the target text background is really a meticulous task. This was a great problem before the translator, even though they are proficient in both source language and target language. These are some of the methods adopted by the translator, advertising translation in Indian marketing. Adaptation, dubbing, translation, and transcreation. Translation, we mean the transfer of source text concepts into target text. In the case of advertisement, we have source text in different forms like literal, oral, visual, and audio-visual form. So during translation of literal advertisements, the images and style of the original text are maintained, but the language only changes. In the case of audio as well as video advertisements, the duration, background music, visual images, and voice modulation are maintained mainly through the dubbing process. Advertising adaptation is actually the process of adapting the advertisement or advertisement strategy of a global brand for another country. It is more like a cultural phenomenon where the brands seek to reach consumers all over the globe. And then we have transcreation method. It is actually transcreation method is the recreation of concepts in one language to another while maintaining the intent, tone, style, and context. This is mainly used by advertising and marketing professionals. A well-transcreated advertisement helps a lot in evoking the same emotions and carrying the same implication in the target text as it does in the source text. So we can consider transcreation as a step halfway between the translation and copywriting. Transcreation method is best for translating international television advertisements. But in the case of Indian advertisements, adaptation or translation is the usually adopted method. David Ogilvy, a British advertising tycoon who is known as the father of advertising, once wrote, "I don't know the rules of grammar. If you're trying to persuade people to do something or buy something, it seems to me you should use their language, the language they use every day, the language in which they think. We try to write in the vernacular." So what is cultural standardizing? Standardized advertising approach is the practice of advertising the same brand or the same product in the same way everywhere around the world. So every people receive the ad in the same way everywhere around the world. So an advertisement in one language may include the cultural factors like background settings, costume, music, songs, customs, representation of celebrities, way of speech associated with that culture of that land. While translating, some of these factors are usually kept apart and simply the speech or the concept are translated, usually in the case of Indian advertising. There is always a way of normalizing one culture over the other culture, or there is an intercourse of cultures. The target audience may not fully grasp the idea that particular advertisement carries in the source text. The use of animated characters, satirical elements, and well-crafted narratives helps not giving much reference to the cultural background. Basically,
we request you to shorten your PPT.
Okay. Yes, sir. We can see that majority of the Indian translated advertisements conveys the Hindi culture, that is the North Indian culture over the Southern Indian culture. So this presence of English is seen in many words. An example for Diye Dil Mange More is a PepsiCo 90s ad, which is very gained momentum in all over the time. And the major reason for this standardization of Hindi language over other languages of India is seeing Hindi language as the national language. Yeah, Hindi is the national language of India, but we know that even though the majority of people speak Hindi in India, there is a wide range of other languages spoken by many people across the world. I have put forward two case studies to draw a conclusion about this topic. And first one is the Sunlight washing powder advertisements in Malayalam and Bengali. This advertisement was published in January 2, and it was a heartwarming story of how age should not determine the colors. I had included some images from the both advertisement. I'm not going detail into the plot and narration because of the lack of time. We can see the visual images are very similar. but the storyline and the storylines are very similar. But there are differences in the way it holds. The culture upholdings of the both advertisement is different. We can say that it is a recreation. Two of them are recreation. Then we can see the reference to the custom where all women are forbidden to wear colorful dresses in India. And the songs were very, very interesting songs we have composed by Ramajoy Bhattacharya.
Okay, it's time for you to conclude.
Another case study is by Amazon Private Advertisement. By conclusion, I want to say that in translation along with language transfer, there happens a cultural crossover between languages. In translation of Indian advertisement, we find a certain degree of cultural standardization happening where Hindi culture has its supremacy over the other. We can have adaptation, transcription methods for translation. A well-transcribed advertisement helps not a lot in evoking the same emotions and carrying the same implication in the target test as it does in the source test. I've given examples for advertisements like Sunlight Washing Powder, which I didn't explain much because of the lack of time. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your good observation. Okay, I will next call upon Ahmad Muhammad Ahmad, PhD scholar, University of Sanas. Please. Hello. Hello. Can you?
There is a change in the schedule. The next presenter will be Dr. M. Kaniga Priya on the topic.
Okay, that was not in the list earlier, I think.
Yes,
Is added afterwards?
That's a recent amendment. Sorry to make the change at the last minute.
Okay, what is his name?
Her name is Dr. M. Kaniga Priya.
M. Kaniga Priya.
On,
okay, Kaniga Priya, please come and present your paper.
Yeah, sir. I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
I'll share my screen, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, audible. You can proceed.
Okay.
Okay, now it is not audible. Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm presenting my screen.
Okay.
So my title is Translation of Guardian Singh's Mahadev Deva, The Last Flicker.
Translation of? Hello?
Am I audible?
Yeah, now audible.
Yeah. My presentation is on the translation of Guardian Singh's Mahadev Deva as The Last Flicker. First of all, it introduces the literature where it is as fine arts in employing language as a medium of expression. Language is what produces various great works among the world. At present, such works in regional languages are getting translated not only in English but also in various different languages in India. Guardian Singh's The Last Flicker is one among such works which originally written and was published into English. Its success as a translated work held in preserving the narrative style of the writer, in touching the authenticity and self-absorption of its narrative style, which is maintained by the translator Ajmal S. Rao in his translation. Mahadev Deva is the first novel which was written by Guardian Singh and was translated into English as The Last Flicker and was published in the year 1960. Here we can see a Dalit hero who's introduced in the conversation, stepping out of the pages of the novelist, and Guardian Singh explores poverty, exploration, betrayal, unrequited love, and addition to this character, Jakti. The protagonist is placed at the center of the changing way of life in which old views are changed. The novel, The Last Flicker, is hailed as the first Punjabi novel in depicting the social realism, widely which is translated into Indian and even in the foreign languages, and it still remains as the most discussing work in Punjabi literature. The novelist's triumph lies in bringing the low-caste oppressed man to the center stage and in such a humane manner in way of making it as a part of collective psyche. This is the big thing which Gardel Singh has introduced in this particular work. He has also given many classics too in this type. So Gardel Singh's fiction, in all intensity, depicts the social realism which nevertheless have compromised of the 86 as it probes into the class and caste structures in Punjabi urban society. Gardel Singh, as a frail, gangly man, has made the most valuable contribution to the modern society, even though he has a lot of criticizers that is to be expected, for he has laid bare on the caste hierarchies, human tragedy fashioned by them. Gardel Singh is amazing writer and extraordinary translator who had contributed to the English literature. He is the most significant living novelist who is very well known as a trendsetter among Punjabi. As he himself quoted as, I was regarded trendsetter because of my emphasis on rural life and the regional conclusions which were being apparent earlier, and the writers used to think that qualities or simplicity of rural life had been in their work in the same manner. Gardel Singh, The Last Flicker, gives an unsentimental look to the caste system of Punjab and agrarian economy that is bound up into the society. This novel actually traces on the life of Jagsir Singh, a young man who is very spirited and who belonged to the low caste and has been ultimate premature death due to his poverty and broken heart. In Punjabi, the name Jagsir is meant as a stake in the world. Actually, in this particular work, we can see it takes place by the appearance of Jagsir, who dies without having a stake in this world. Like Dr. Priya ma'am has said, that land has more dominating feature. As here in this particular work, also we can see that how man takes domination over the land. Land is taken away by the greed of the new generation of farmers who are sacrificed age-old relationships for the sake of enhancing wealth. Such a system is crying out for reforms, as it is tyrannical and arbitrary in nature. Jagsir is born as a low-caste parents who has been employed to the Dharman Singh, a rural landlord. Jagsir's mother is a gypsy origin, and her sisters are married to the husbands who had no wealth. They're also ready to marry them because of their mixed culture. On this account of various reasons, Jagsir himself remains unmarried. His father is a man of principle, and his relationship with Dharman Singh is a warm relationship. And Dharman Singh treats Jagsir as her own brother and Jagsir's mother as almost his own mother. Nandi is the mother character. Nandi and Jagsir are sharecroppers in the field of Dharam Singh, who couples of the acres of they have been shared their acres, though it doesn't belong to them. It was treated as though it belongs to them. The bond between the Dharam Singh and Tolar, Jagsir's father, had been a united relationship. He owned much of his wealth to the hard laboring. On his deathbed too, he advised Dharam to take care of his sharecropper as though it is their own. But this cordially is not actually felt by Dharam's son, Banta, who regarded to be the owner of that particular land and owed to Jagsir to be too much. Planting a tree in remembrance of a person.
I request the chair to tell the presenter to wind up.
Yeah. I'll complete it. So here they talks about the planting of a tree, which is which they treat as to be a custom, where tree is treated to be a symbol, and how they protect the tree and how it was gotten back from them. It is more treated in this particular work. We also see that Jagsir is being addicted to certain opium as he was undergone lot of humiliations, lot of irritations over that particular land accusations. And later in this old novel, we can also see how even one more character, Runki, who feels to be a person who accompanies Jagsir in all sort of works. To conclude, the translation of this novel is round one, where more and more words are in Punjabi. Here you can see the phrase is also to be treated in Punjabi. Therefore, apart from the drawbacks, its success and perfections is brought
Sir,
to
kindly
light.
remind the presenter to wind
On
up.
this account, we can clearly find
The
that
lack of
there is a
time.
both authenticity and self-absorption throughout the novel, and it's actually brought out without losing its originality. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kanika. Now the session is open for questions and the presenters may be ready to answer.
Thank you.
Hello?
Can I ask something?
Yes, Professor Hassan Azala. You can.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, guys. Now just question for the lady. Yes, Sharmina. Yes, Sharmina, what do you mean by cultural standardization? Do you mean by standardization, localization? This is the first question. The second question, do you mean adaptation or adoption? If you mean adaptation is not transition at all to me. It is a completely different term, different, process, different everything. If it is adoption, so you mean by adoption, you mean a culturalization? Again, culturalization, adoption of foreign. Yes,
Sir,
Shamina, yes.
sir, can I answer?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for your presentation paper. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So what do you mean by?
So your question is about the adaptation.
Yes, you mean, yeah.
Adaptation is a way of translating in which global brands are adopting, because it is a way of creating a global branded item into every people, devoid of the cultural things. So it is mainly focusing on an international marketing, and where international things are. It is also there in Indian marketing also, where Indian products is sold out in the international field. So it's a method to normalize the way of advertising that has been taken in the branded products into the Indian culture.
Cultural
Marketing is a
standardization.
global
Standardization.
subject. Okay.
Hope you have got the answer, sir.
Any other question?
Yes, please. Cultural standardization. What do you mean by standardization?
Standardization is a way of seeing one culture as the standard to which other cultures are valued or seen.
So localization?
Localization is giving a preference to the everything that locally, every culture has its own significance. That's what localization.
So do you mean make something cultural, make cultural expressions or phrases formal?
Huh? What, sir?
Do you mean to make culture formal, formalizing culture?
Formalizing culture.
Yes, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That is globalization.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. I request you to kindly wind up the session if there is no further discussion,
Okay.
sir.
No more questions? Hello?
Sir?
Okay, thank you.
Yes. No more questions. Please
Hello?
wind up, then we can go to the next technical session.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the session. Thank you all. We are moving to the next technical session. To chair the current session. Yeah, we are moving to the next technical session. To chair the current session, we have with us Professor Rajendran Shangaravelaayudan, former Professor, Department of Linguistics, Tamil University, Tanjavur, India. He is one of the finest linguists of our country. He undertook a number of projects for WordNet creation. At present, he is working in collaboration with Toronto University, Italy, in linking Indian WordNet with Universal Knowledge Store and working on building a retrievable system on ontological structure of Dravidian languages. With immense pleasure, we would like to invite our beloved teacher, Professor Rajendran Shangaravelaayudan, to chair the session. And I request Rajendran sir to proceed with the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I am audible. And of course, how many papers are there altogether? 3 papers, correct?
Sir, yeah, 3 papers, sir.
Plenary speaker.
Including the
3
plenary.
papers.
First, we will begin with the plenary, then we have 3 paper presentation.
Okay. Okay, who is so let me request the first person to present the paper, correct?
No, sir, you have to go for the plenary speaker, Dr. Dana Awad, Associate Professor, Lebanese University, Vice President of Training and Education, Arab Professional Translator Society. He will do the plenary address. After that, we will go for the presentation.
Okay, do it then, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, you invite. Sir, you can invite the plenary speaker, sir. I request Professor Rajendran sir to invite the plenary speaker.
So, let me have the pleasure to invite the plenary speaker to present his talk. Kindly do it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great.
Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
You are audible now.
Okay, thank you very much. I am honored to be here with you today. I am Dr. Dana Awad, Associate Professor at the Lebanese University and Vice President of Training and Education at the Arab Professional Translators Society. So my topic is regarding translation training, since I became Vice President at the Arab Professional Translators Society, which is an Lebanese NGO registered in Switzerland. And I will talk about the importance of translation training and how we design our training courses currently at the Arab Professional Translators Society. So first, I will describe the standard program that we have for a BA in translation. So I checked in many universities what they teach in a BA program, and I will give a summary without mentioning the names of universities and the skills built during this BA program. I will explain the market's needs and the importance of training according to the market's needs. and then the process of the design of our training courses. So first, when we study translation at universities, as I said, this is a summary of the standard program. So most universities, or nearly all universities, I will explain the slight differences. First, we take they give the students advanced language courses, so advanced grammar, writing. They give them linguistics courses, so 2 or 3, lexicography, semantics, and terminologies for some universities. Some universities do not teach terminology in the BA, at the BA level. Then introductory courses to translation and to translation studies. And around the 3rd year, we begin to teach them specialized translation, like medical translation, legal translation, translation of official documents, of UN documents, and simultaneous translation. And there is also a course for translation, for technological tools and translation, like CAD tools, for example. Within this program, it's 3 to 4 years, depending on the country. Usually students finish their BA with an advanced language and writing skills, with knowledge of different degrees of meaning. They are more conscious of the subtleties of language and the different degrees of meaning in relation to context, and they have the ability to make good, appropriate choices of equivalence. And they have a knowledge of different types of specialized translation. So usually the skills that are masters are regarding language skills and equivalence, and the search for equivalence, the search of a proper equivalence. But the types of texts and specialized translations, usually universities lack the time to give students deep knowledge regarding the different types of text in the market. So after they finish their studies, they have mastery in 2 languages, as I said, but the ability to deal with text and to reconfigure them in another language is not always taught. Although the importance is highlighted, but it is highlighted in relation to equivalence and to searching for equivalence of words, and not for text production, the text production itself, or the target text production. So usually this is not a reflection on the quality of their education or the quality of education at the university, but it is a reflection on the lack of time needed to teach this skill, because the average number of texts that students can translate with their professor, whether in part in class or in whole as assignments, they cannot exceed 6 texts per semester. And they are usually adapted to suit the student's level of understanding. When you are a 1st or 2nd year student, we cannot give you a complicated text to translate because it exceeds your level of understanding. And therefore, these texts are not representative to texts that they will actually have to translate when they become translators. Because in the translation market, we usually have a variety of texts for each field. So for example, medical translation, when we study medical translation during our BA, we are usually introduced to medical terminology, to equivalence, and some, as I said, adapted medical texts that are adapted to our level of understanding. But in the market and For professional translators, medical translation can include scientific texts, which are medical research, clinical texts like clinical reports or medical reports, text, for example, for a medical device and how it functions. Pharmaceutical text of all kinds. Pharmaceutical text can be either for targeted to specialists, or it can be targeted to marketing purposes. Targeted to marketing purposes. And there are also legal texts that are included in medical translation because we have legal consents, for example, before an operation. And so we have here an intersection between the medical and the legal field. And we also have new types of text. For example, right now, distance medical consulting is becoming a trend, and it is talked about. And there is a need right now to translate distance consulting apps, which include not only medical information regarding consulting, it also includes legal statements and legal consents regarding data protection and data sharing. Another example, other than medical translation, is the translation of blogs and social media in media translation, which is very different than translating other types of media, because we have written and spoken language, if Arabic, or formal and informal languages in a writing setting. And there are also a lot of mistakes, spelling, grammatical mistakes done by the original authors sometimes when writing a blog or writing a tweet, for example. In the translation market, we also have what we call localization. So localization is used when translating for marketing, advertising, and branding purposes. And it is not included in the BA translation programs because it is not actually a literal translation, but it is an adaptation of the advertisement or the name of the brand to a target culture. So it is not usually studied at the BA level, but rather at the master's level. For experienced translators, training is important because new technologies, for example, CAT tools, the inclusion of CAT tools sources did not exist when they were learning translation, so they need to be trained to use CAT tools. We have new types of text and new communication platforms that require different ways of expression. For example, apps that require writing short and concise information and they have to be translated in a short and concise way. We have blogs and social media. So as I said, there is a mix of written and spoken language, formal and informal language. If written and spoken, if it's Arabic, there is a lot of dialect, for example, in Arabic blogs and social media tweets. And there is a possibility of spelling and grammar mistakes in the source text that the translator needs to be aware of and not to repeat when necessary. So all this description of the translation market, I am saying it because these realities of the translation profession are not introduced properly to students, because we are more focused on, as I said, mastery of source and target languages, and on and on finding the proper equivalence. So in translation programs, we focus mostly on equivalence rather than the text itself or how to produce a similar text in another language. Okay. For the designing of training courses, can I know how much time do I have left? Right.
Ma'am, you have 10 minutes more.
Okay, thank you, because I don't want to exceed my time. Okay, so when we design training courses, and here I'm talking about the Arab Professional Translators Society, first I need to gather information regarding the place of residence of trainees, not trainers, sorry, of trainees, the market needs according to the place of residence. Then I have to form an idea of the linguistic expertise that I want to teach them, and then look for appropriate texts. I will explain in detail. So for the country of residence and market needs. So the first question I ask myself is, will the trainees be asked to translate to their native language or to a second language? For example, if the translator comes from an Asian country or from the Middle East, they might ask him to translate into English or into French, not necessarily their native language. If he is from Europe, usually in this geographical area, they ask translators to translate into their mother tongue. And then I will ask if the country is famous for a specific industry, for terminology courses, and also to get an idea about the market's needs. So for example, is the country famous for pharmaceutical industry, for technical industries, for example, and this will give me an idea of what types of text the translator will be required to do. For the text and linguistic expertise, based on this criteria, so the country of residence and information about the famous industry in the country, and the language combination, we choose source and target text. We choose, what I mean by we choose the source and target text, we choose from which language to translate into which language. And then when we choose the text, we choose problematic texts where the translator needs to reflect on the translation process that he or she needs to apply. So I prepared some examples from previous training sessions that I gave. So for example, for medical translation, I introduced them first to a scientific text, explained how a scientific research is written, and we have to translate it, and we have to produce a scientific research text in Arabic. For this, for the case of this text, we had to produce a research text in Arabic and written in the standard way we write research in Arabic. This is another example from the same text, and here I chose to color the different segments of a sentence in order to show them exactly how I dealt or how I translated each segment. So for example, was quantified here, the passive form is used, since in Arabic, in a native, if I want to write in a native Arabic way, I will not use the passive form. I will prefer to use tamma with al-masdar. So tamma with the infinitive instead of the passive. For example, in was was assessed. Okay. For example, wujidat was added because it is found in Arabic research text to explain the result of the research. For a pharmaceutical text, I will explain the first the terminology and the sentence structure that is used in English, which was the source text. So the use of abbreviation, the use of concise keywords instead of sentences, but concise keywords, if I translated the same way using the same punctuation, for example, POID, treatment of mild to moderate pain fever, if I use the same structure and the same punctuation, the text will not be understandable in Arabic. So I need to reproduce the text and write a short, simple, to the point sentence instead of abbreviations and keywords as it is written in the English text. Okay. Here it is an example from a medical report. So regarding the equivalence, usually my trainers do not have problems searching for the equivalent because they have learned how to search for equivalent during their university studies, but they need to reproduce the text properly. So for example, in a medical report, when we have a lot of abbreviation, we need to understand that in Arabic, I cannot translate every abbreviation by another abbreviation, so I need to search for it. And in medical reports, we have several abbreviations used one after the other, as if we were writing a sentence. So for example, HSDOOD, this is, these are 3 abbreviations and not 1. So, so for example, we have to know that in medical reports, we can encounter abbreviations written this way, one after the other, without any separation between them. Here is another example from a legal translation course. So what I wrote between parentheses is are statements that I added myself, are words that I added myself. They were not in the contract. So this is a course of contract translation, and this is a segment of an employment contract. So it is understood that here I put between parentheses declaration, not eligible for prohibition, exercises the right discretion. So what I wrote between parentheses, it is the connotation of the previous segment in a legal context. And that way, the trainer must search for an equivalent for the connotation. So for the connotation here is declaration, al-iqrar. So he cannot understand, it is understood that literally, but he must translate it into a segment that connotes declaration in Arabic. يقر الطرفان. Not eligible for is to indicate a prohibition. So here I translated by لا يحق لي, does not have the right, and exercises the right يحق لي, for discretion. So here for legal translation, what is explained is in text production and legal text production, we must look at the connotation rather than the meaning or the equivalence of each word separately. We must look at the connotation of the segment and then translate it by an equivalent connotation, not an equivalent word. For example, for the media translation course, this is the last thing, and then I will go to the conclusion. For the media translation course, for the trainees to know what to expect if they work in media translation, I will introduce the field of media industry, and I will explain clearly their role in the media industry, because in the process of news production, translation has a specific role in this process. And sometimes journalists translate foreign news and not translators, and sometimes translators are recruited. And that is why we end up with a bad translation of a term or an international event. And that is why I want to explain to translators exactly where their role lies in media translation, and how their role is important in correct news production. And then we go on into the translation of different media texts, whether blogs, whether newspapers, or different types of articles that we find in a newspaper. As a conclusion, I just want to say that university education in translation focuses on language mastery, oral and written, and on equivalence. Our view of the importance and purpose of post-BA translation is for the trainees to gain competence regarding text analysis and text reconfiguration for a specific field, to introduce them to up-to-date text depending on the market's needs and problems that they will meet when translating them. So as I said, blogs and social media posts are now necessary in the media translation industry, but they have a specific way in analyzing them, or the translator need to learn the specific way in analyzing them and in reconfiguring them. And we need to teach trainees the skills that go beyond language mastery and equivalence, and that they can put in practice right away. So this is the main objective. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll stop the share. Now yes, if you have any questions. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear.
So please unmute Professor Rajan.
Yes, can you hear me?
I have to unmute it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm really happy that Dr. Dana Awad has presented her plenary speech. It was really appreciable, and I should be very thankful to you for in coordination with the organization of our bringing her for the plenary talk. She really did a wonderful job, and the topic is on the importance of translating and training for translation and translation graduates. Really very good, because she has given her rather experience in this paper in her speech, and I don't know whether any questions are welcomed. No idea.
Yes, please.
I request.
Please, salam alaikum.
I request all the scholars and students to use this wonderful opportunity to interact with Dr. Dana Awad. I have a few words about Dana Awad. Actually, we missed in the beginning that Dr. Dana has more than 10 years of experience in teaching linguistics, language science, and translation. She has publications in international journals and a forthcoming book publication. She is also Vice President of the Training and Education Department at the Arab Professional Translators Society and a verified translator at Translators Without Borders. Other than academia, Dana Awad has professional experience in translation, linguistic validation, and localization, teaching Arabic as a foreign language, and academic coordination. So I request all the people who are present now to interact with Dana ma'am. Thank you.
They can unmute themselves.
They can. The scholars can unmute and interact or use chat box.
Why don't you take questions, please? Comments.
Yeah, for literary
speakers
text,
one
I
by
did
one,
not
please.
include them. I'm sorry, I'm answering the question in the chat box.
You should have a question, please. You have a question, but not having the
okay.
chance.
No,
Yeah.
Professor Hassan Ghazala.
Please, just a comment, just a short comment, please.
Professor Hassan
Okay, I will
Ghazala,
comment. Okay.
please go on.
Please.
Okay.
Dr. Dana, thank you very much indeed. I have no comment actually, but to say thank you, because you are thinking quite right. You are talking about training translators, which means translation is a profession like any other profession. We have to respect it. I mean, all translators are required to, are supposed and required to respect their profession. It is not a hobby. Now, when we get ill, do we go to the doctor or do we go to Al-Attar? We go to the doctor, not to Al-Attar. So this is the point again. Please, we have to educate ourselves in translation, theory, training, and everything. Thank you very much for your program. I have no comment at all on your program. You are doing great. You are doing a great job indeed. Thank you very much.
And we are very happy to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So do I answer to each person in the chat individually, or?
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can answer through by unmuting. No need to chat. So others can also listen. Or otherwise, the participants, please ask her directly.
Hello. Do you hear me, Professor Dana?
Yes.
Thank you so much for being with us. So I request all the participants to unmute. If they have any kind of questions or something or any doubt, they can unmute themselves and they can start speaking directly. Ma'am, Professor Dana. That will be difficult for you to keep typing and answering in the chat box. So
No, it's fine. Did you ask me something? I did not hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Dr. Ibtihal would like to ask you a question. Dr. Ibtihal.
Okay.
Please
I will just close the chat box now.
Dr. Ibtihal. Dr. Ibtihal, unmute yourself, please. Hello?
Thank you very much. I've just asked Dr. Dan about literary texts. Why didn't she include them in her program? Don't you think, Dr. Dan, that literary texts are important?
No. On the contrary, they are very important. It's just that when you prepare a training program, you search for instructors that have the appropriate expertise. For me, I have more expertise in scientific, technical translations and media translations. So I am the only one teaching actually right now at the Arab Professional Translators Society. And when I find appropriate instructors who have more expertise than myself in literary translation, I will include it, of course. And of course, literary translation requires more time, so more hours of training, so that we can translate large segments of literary text. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
I request our dear respected chair that if there is no other question, we can wind up this session and move on to the presentation.
Shall we move on to the presentation?
Yes, sir. If there is no question, we can. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dana, for your wonderful speech on importance of translation training for translators and translation graduates. Thank you and coming over for the presentation. And now let me go on to the topic of presentations. There are three speakers, three presenters, and let me call one by one. The first one is Abdullah Muhammad by Abdullah Muhammad, and he is going to, I am requesting me to present the editing and proofreading translation within the context of training translators. Please present your paper.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to.
Am I visible and audible?
You are visible, audible, and we are all very.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank everybody for giving me this chance to participate in this conference. Please, I will just start. Can you see the presentation, the PowerPoint?
Sir, please share your PPT. Screen is not visible, sir.
Okay. How to share it? I mean, I'm trying to share it with you.
PowerPoint is not visible. Please do something. You have to share it from somewhere. Actually, there's a place for sharing. Yeah, let's share. The green color share screen is there, no? In green color at the down, share screen is there. You click on that. There is an arrow over there. You open your PowerPoint, share the screen. There is an arrow, a green arrow actually. Green arrow.
If you find difficulty, we will share, sir, from here. Dr. Abdul Muhammad, if you have any difficulty to share the PPT, we will share from here. Sir, shall we share from here? Dr. Abdul Muhammad?
I think you are muted.
Dr. Abdul Muhammad, please respond.
I think he has just left, I think.
Hello, Dr. Abdullah, do you hear me? Dr. Abdullah?
Mr. Gissa, I think he has some connectivity issue.
Yeah, connectivity problem. Let's go to the next paper presenter, then he can join us later.
Okay, shall we proceed for the next talk?
Yes.
Okay. And let me have the pleasure of inviting
Sir
Mohammadi.
Professor Rajendran, sir. Dr. Abdullah Qurbani has come back, so he can present.
Okay, sir. Okay. Please, Professor, proceed with your presentation. Abdullah Muhammad.
Dr. Abdullah Qurbani, please unmute yourself and start speaking.
Please present your
I'm sorry, the electricity went off. I'll start. If you can share, if you can share the presentation.
Please share your presentation.
Okay, Abdullah sir, we will share from here. Wait for a moment.
My presentation is about editing and proofreading.
It's visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You can proceed.
Okay, so my presentation is about editing and proofreading translation within the context of training translators. Okay. Can you move to the second one, please?
Yeah, everything is okay. Please carry on.
Sure. Yes, sir.
So when we translate a text, it's crucial that we have to complete the translation to the highest possible quality. For sure, that will take some time as it will go through the 3 different stages: translation, editing, and proofreading. Translation programs, unfortunately, in the universities are not assigning editing and proofreading specific courses for translation students. So I thought to write a paper and give this presentation, and the objective of the paper is to answer the following questions. Am I clear? I mean, are you following?
Yeah, we are very clear.
Okay,
please.
Okay, Thank you. So the objective of the paper is to answer the following questions. What's editing in translation? What is proofreading in translation? And how to train students of translation in college or after college to do these important tasks. First of all, a lot of translators and they use the two words interchangeably. I mean, editing and proofreading, but there's, I mean, some differences. So my first question is, what is editing in translation? When an editor starts editing a translated text, he must ask himself a number of guided questions. The first one is related to the meaning of the original text. Is it preserved in the translated text? The second is related to the terminology and style of the translated text. Will the target readership comprehend, understand it? The third question is related to the consistency of the translated text. Is the target text consistent? Now, what is proofreading in translation? Proofreading must be the final stage and comes after editing. So proofreading is the process of checking the target text against the source text to make sure it's correct. Usually the proofreader looks for spelling, typos, grammar, and punctuation errors. Proofreading is the process of examining the final version to ensure there are absolutely no mistakes. The focus of the work is to ensure that the text is grammatically correct. Now, the difference between editing and proofreading. While editing is concerned with the factual and contextual changes, proofreading is concerned with grammar, spelling, punctuation, and style. Proofreading or post-editing contributes to the improvement of the quality of translation in general. And this is really a very important point. I mean, a lot of translators, they do not care about the quality of translation. So post-editing before submission is expected to lower production costs and contribute to the publication of more content. Now, the main thing is, and unfortunately, we're not training translators in colleges or in after college how to be editors or proofreaders. So the researcher proposes the following course content for editing and proofreading in translation to be offered at translation departments in colleges. This course will give students an insight into the techniques and strategies currently used and developed in the field of editing and proofreading in the context of translation. The objective of the course will include having knowledge of traditional and evolving strategies and tools needed for editing and proofreading, producing formatted and finalized materials in a professional manner. The course, this is a proposal. The course will be divided into 3 modules. The first module will be an introduction to grammar and style of 2 languages. In our case, I'm talking about Arabic and English. I don't know in India, you can talk about Indian and English or Indian and Arabic or whatever, depending on what pair of languages the students are working on. The second module will focus on the techniques and tools used by editors and proofreaders within the field of translation. And this is what we don't teach our students in college. The third module will focus on editing and proofreading using various online and CAT computer-assisted translation tools. Some departments, they teach CAT, but there is no section for editing and proofreading. So to conclude, editing, I mean, this is something that we all have to understand, especially professors who teach translation, that editing and proofreading after translation are 2 necessary skills that translators need to master. Most of the translation departments do not offer this course, and consequently the graduate translators suffer when they translate, when they start translating in the market. Having examined the previous studies, from the articles and the books and the previous studies that I checked, I found that not many papers have been written about this topic. Most of the topics now, they're talking about post-editing machine translation. So it is crucial now to review our courses in the translation departments and pay attention to the current changes in the market and prepare our students for the changes. The analysis of the literature examined shows that there is a particular need to make our students aware of the importance of post-editing and proofreading. We have to introduce the new technologies. I mean, all the departments of translation, all the teachers, they have to make sure that we're teaching the updated methods, techniques, such as memory translation, machine translation, to our students in the translation departments, as these are current technologies in the market, and our students must graduate with all these skills and abilities. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. I highly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Abdullah Muhammad, for your wonderful talk.
Thank you to you, to everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcoming. Many points, of course, you have presented to the viewers. There are to be, inculcated and understood and carried out. And I don't know whether, is there any question time?
Yes.
Shall we? Yeah, please do it, sir. Yeah, Professor, please do the question. Spell out your question.
Yes, can I ask?
Yeah.
Dr. Ahmed.
Yeah, please do.
Yes,
Professor.
It's a great honor and pleasure to be with you, Professor Hassan.
You are great. Thank you very much indeed. Well, I just would like to ask you about, you have done well at differentiating between editing and proofreading. About revising, does the reviser do both editing and proofreading, or he has, or she has maybe a different function or an additional function? Can we call him or her the reviser or the revising super sort of ordinate term for editing and proofreading? This is my first question. But my second question and comment, when we have revising, many revisers, unfortunately, revise without having the original text. And what is your comment on that? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Professor Ghazala. It's a great honor and pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
My proposal, Professor Ghazala, is translators should do multitasks. I mean, unfortunately, we're not training our translators to be editors and proofreaders. I think translators must be editors and proofreaders, if I got your question. And I believe that, yes, editors should be proofreaders as well. I mean, in different places, they give the editing to someone and then the proofreading to someone. That's possible, but it would be better if the translator himself does the editing and the proofreading.
Thank you very much. About revising, I mean, without having the original.
Oh, it's a major problem. I think the translator, the editor, or the proofreader should have the original, because how would he? I mean, in some places they give the translated text to someone who has no idea about the original text, and that really creates a lot of problems. So I think the one who does the editing and who does the proofreading must have the original text.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
If I may, Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Shall we switch on to the next topic? I don't know whether that's still time. Okay.
Can I ask a question, please?
There is one more. Yeah. Okay, proceed, sir.
Yeah. I have a question to Professor Gurbani. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your talk.
My pleasure.
Very interesting and very informative, Professor. This is Mohammed Tagian, an assistant professor of applied linguistics and translation. My question is regarding the tools, the proofreading tools online. Do you think that it could replace the man tools? I mean, those professionals in proofreading and editing skills, because some of these proofreading and editing skills or tools online are consulted by many translators, and many translators are using them. The issue that I'd like Professor Ghazala to discuss with this point with me is that he mentioned that he needs the person who is doing the proofreading to have the two texts. Sometimes we are sending this proofreading to
someone else,
to someone who is not speaking the same language that I was translating from. So this is only because I need this person to make sure that I'm touching the original composition.
Yes.
I mean,
the correctness of the text.
This is the way that is said in that target language. So sometimes he doesn't know, for example, in our case, the Arabic language that we are translating from into English, right? So if this issue, do you think that this issue is...
Dear scholar, please shorten your question. Come to the main point.
Let me answer your question. I think we have to make use of the technologies available online. We cannot ignore them. If you check now online, we have so many tools and so many softwares that can help the translator. What I talked about is the traditional way of checking the translated text on the screen or on paper as a hard copy. But we have to teach our students all these new technologies. I mean, we have to make sure of them because they save a lot of efforts and time. So we have to introduce our students in colleges to all these new technologies. We need to teach them how to search in the net, how to look for the best softwares for editing and proofreading. I mean, they can be of great help to the translators.
Yeah,
nice, Professor, for your. Now, of course, shall we switch on to the next one?
Yes,
thank you very much, Professor. For your
my pleasure. I would like to say thank you to everybody.
If I may, please. Excuse me. Just to comment on Mr. Abdullah's.
Thank you for that. Now, let us switch on to the next paper. That's by Hajar Mohammadi. Yeah, Hajar Mohammadi, and of course, he is going to talk on investigating adaptation as a prime strategy for translating children's literature into Arabic. Critical evaluation.
Yes, can you hear me?
Please, you are welcome.
Yes. Yeah. My topic.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me share my screen with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Name is visible and.
So, can you see my screen?
Yeah. It's visible. Your presentation is visible. Please go on. Please go on.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Here is this is Hajar Mahmoudi from Algeria, a PhD student. And the topic of my presentation is investigating adaptation as a prime strategy for translating children's literature into Arabic, a critical evaluation. Yes, the study will be as follows. We start by the introduction, then we move to see different views about the adaptation of children's literature while translated. We see adaptation with reference to the Arabic text, how it is studied, and the analysis. Then we conclude. In the age of globalization, translation of children's literature plays a key role in promoting the cultural communication. It serves as a tool for acculturation par excellence. It enables self-expression along with tolerance of otherness. Nevertheless, due to the special nature of the targeted readership, who has a limited capacity of recognizing cultural differences, translating for children is argued to be abusive and not innocent. In fact, adaptation is deemed to be the only controlling strategy when it comes to translating literature for children in the Arab world, with the aim of protecting the small reader from inappropriate cultural, ideological, and religious content signified in the foreign children's books. In the field of translation studies. In fact, adaptation is a topical issue in the field of children's literature translation studies. It is a subject, an area of research of an endless debate. Klingberg, 1986, was among the first who investigated this issue. Klingberg rejects adaptation as a strategy for translating children's literature, stating that the removal of peculiarities of the foreign culture will not further the reader's knowledge of and interest in the foreign culture. Instead, he suggests a model of cultural context adaptation. This model contains 10 translational procedures recommending not to be used only in limited instances. That is to say, he recommends adaptation as a procedure of translation, not as a global strategy. Shavit is another translation scholar who deal with this issue. She also criticizes the use of adaptation in children's literature translation practice. She works from the point of view of polysystem theory, pointing that linking between adaptation and interventions made by translators and from the part of the translators and the occupation of the literature, children's literature, in the receiving culture. She states that the translator of children's literature can permit himself a great liberties regarding the text as a result of peripheral position of children's literature within the polysystem, within the literary polysystem. By way of a contrast, Utenin defends adaptation as a strategy for translating children's books, claiming that all translators, if they want to be successful, need to adapt the text according to the presumptive reader. She argues that exposing the young reader to foreign cultural markers may lead to the hazards of cultural invasion and cultural identity deformation. Therefore, adaptation or domestication is necessary to ensure acceptability and readability of the translated children's books. With reference to the Arab context, adaptation seems to be or claimed to be the only working or controlling strategy of translating children's books. Translators are accused for their over-interventions in the source text with the aim of producing translation that suits Arab readers. Children's books undergo strict cultural filtering when translated before they reach the hands of the child reader in order to be in line with the socio-cultural norms prevailing in the target culture. To investigate this fact, the researcher has carried out an analysis. It is a curves-based analysis in which I explore the extent to which I investigate the extent to which cultural references prevailing in children's books have been presented to the Arab readers, small readers. An analysis of employed procedure of translating cultural reference, mainly food items, is carried out. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, along with the translation into Arabic, are chosen as the curves. Klingberg model of translation procedure is applied as a tool for the analysis. Here is a sample extracted from the analysis, references to pigs and bacons. We all know that pigs and bacons are prohibited in the Arab culture. The translator, seeking acceptability, restored to simplification to the simplification procedure via using a generic term, meat, instead of specific prohibited one. Well, move on. I went to look after the bacon. صاحت هي تحرك وراقب اللحم. You can see the difference. References to alcoholic drinks. As you can see in the table here, all references to alcoholic drinks were omitted on the target text. The translator restores to the procedure of deletion to present and prefer not to present these items in order not to harm the reader. In these two examples, substitution. Brandy was translated as كوبا من الماء via substitution preceded, Shairi was simplified by the word mashrubat in order to gain acceptability and suitability to the child reader. To conclude, the research concludes ensuring the importance of adaptation as part and parcel in children's literature translation practice. Though necessary for acceptability and readability, it should be applied not excessively in order to enhance children's cultural capacities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the paper is open for discussion and or questions. Is there any questions? If there is no question, shall we move on to the next paper?
Yes, sir, sure. We can move on to the next one.
Shall I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let me move on to the third paper, that is by Anil Kumar Swadeshi on relevance of tense in teaching translation from Hindi to English to school children. Please present your paper.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello? Yeah, please.
Hello, good evening. Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, I am teaching English literature and language at PGDAV College Evening, Delhi University. So this paper is based on my observation of teaching English language to school children. And the title of this paper is Relevance of Tense in Teaching Translation from Hindi to English to School Children. Actually, I would like to focus on the way English language or the tenses are taught to school children in Hindi medium schools and in English medium schools. A comparative study has been made between both the schools. Then I will be focusing on certain conclusions, which are based on the comparison between both the schools.
Mr. Kumar, do you have any PPT?
No, actually I could not prepare PPT.
Okay.
The paper attempts to understand the role played by tense while teaching translation to school children from Hindi to English in English classroom. The fundamental assumption behind this is that in English medium schools, tenses are taught to students through English language, which appears to be a foreign language as compared to its actual status as a second language as per Indian Constitution, where tenses are taught through Hindi medium in government schools or say in Hindi medium schools. So this is the assumption I am coming to how tenses are taught in Hindi medium schools. In Hindi medium schools, tenses are taught through bilingual medium, where both the languages are used, English and Hindi, where Hindi is the second language of the learners. In English classroom, where these tenses are taught, learners are provided with more and more opportunities for identifying the tense occurring in the sentences given to them. Following rules are taught to them. For example, in present simple tense, it is said that the Hindi sentences should end with ta hai, ti hai, te hai, etc. depending on the agreement existing in the sentences. That is subject-verb agreement, object-verb agreement, and so on. Then the learners are taught that first form of verb will be used in such sentences while translating from Hindi to English. Then it is also conveyed to them that in case of third person singular subject, s or es is added to the verb. In addition to it, use of do or does is also taught to them in classroom. This is the case of present simple tense. In past simple tense, it is taught to the learners that Hindi sentences end with the sounds a, e. In this way, the learners easily identify the past simple tense in Hindi sentences easily, and then they are asked to use second form of verb while translating it into English. Then it is also conveyed to them that did is used with interrogative and negative sentences, and first form of verb is used where did is used. In future simple tense, learners are asked to find the sounds of ga, ge, gi, etc. at the end of the Hindi sentences, and then they are asked to use first form of verb by using will and shall depending on the subject. It is also conveyed to them that main auxiliary verbs are brought to the beginning of the sentence for transforming the simple sentences into interrogative sentences. About present continuous tense, learners are trained to identify the sentences by looking at the end of the sentences, where raha hai, rahi hai, rahe hain, etc. appear at the end of the sentences. Then they are asked to use first form of verb along with ing form to indicate the continuous action. Then they are also taught to use is, am, are as auxiliary verbs, which are also brought to the front for changing simple sentences into interrogative sentences. Similarly, for identifying past continuous tense, the sentences should end with raha tha, rahi thi, rahe the. It is taught to the learners that they are asked to use auxiliary verbs, was and were, depending on the subject of the sentence. If the sentences end with raha hoga, rahi hogi, rahe honge, etc., then they are asked to mark those sentences having future continuous tense, and they are asked to add be with will or shall depending on the subject in the sentence, and they are asked to bring the main auxiliary to the front in order to change simple sentences in the interrogative sentences, as in the case of other sentences. Similarly, in the present perfect tense, it is conveyed to the learners that sentences end with chuka hai, chuki hai, chuke hain, etc., and hence they are supposed to use has or have as auxiliary verbs along with the third form of verb. Similarly, they are asked to bring the auxiliary verbs to the front in order to change the simple sentences into interrogative sentences. And similar is the case with the past perfect tense, where chuka tha, chuki thi, and chuke the, etc., are given as the indications for identifying the sentences. Moving further away on the similar analogy, the sentences which end with se raha hai, se rahi hai, se rahe hain, etc., are used to have present perfect continuous tense in them. Hence, the learners are asked to use has been, have been with ing form of verb with the subject depending on the context, and the auxiliaries could be brought to the beginning for changing sentences into interrogative. So this is the case with how tenses are taught in Hindi medium schools, where traditional methods of teaching of English are used. For example, grammar translation method is basically used for teaching tenses to the students in Hindi medium schools. But on the other hand, if you talk about how tenses are taught to the children studying in English medium schools, then it is somewhat different. How? On the other hand, tenses are taught in a different way in English medium schools. It is conveyed to the learners that in simple present tense, one generally talks about things. In this case, it is also told to them one doesn't think about that particular time, but the tense is used when something happens repeatedly or it happens all the time. Means present simple tense, about present simple tense, it is taught to them that those events which happens repeatedly or they happen all the time, then this tense is used. This is also used in the events which are true in general. Action in this tense is not said to be happening at the time of production of sentences having this tense. Use of do and does for making interrogative sentences is also taught to them. It is also informed to learners that simple past is used when the event was completed before the time of production of this sentence. The use of did for making interrogative and negative sentences is also taught to them. Generally speaking, a time frame is conveyed to them. Regarding past, time, and auxiliaries, Greenbaum says, this is a quote from him, the simple past is generally used to refer to past time, that is before the time of speaking or writing. Auxiliaries such as will and semi-auxiliaries such as be going to are used to refer to future time. It is also taught to the learners that future tense is expressed in the verb phrase with modal will and its contraction, or with the use of semi-auxiliary be going. Future scheduled events are also represented through present simple and progressive tense. This is also clear to learners studying in English medium schools. In present progressive tense, it is conveyed to learners that this tense is used with events which will happen in future or happening at the time of production of such sentences in any form, oral or written. In a similar way, the time frame of all the tense existing in English are taught to the learners studying in English medium schools. Here, tenses are not taught through bilingual medium, and hence they cannot acquire the rules of translation by default. This is somewhat problematic. On the basis of this discussion, it could be said that tenses are taught to learners studying in English medium in a very different way, where concept of time is taught to them, and they are made familiar with how sentences end having particular tense in them. And in this way, it becomes difficult for them to identify tense in the sentences given to them. Therefore, they face more difficulties in translating sentences from Hindi language to English language, despite the fact that translation is not taught to them explicitly. Furthermore, it is also important that if tense is taught to both the learners who study in Hindi medium schools and English medium schools differently, as mentioned above, then one thing is clear that the learners to whom formal rules are not taught, as are taught to Hindi medium schools, then as for Stephen Cressen's monitor hypothesis, they cannot use the rule. They cannot consciously learn the rules to be used. The reason for this is that there are certain conditions which are to be followed before using the monitor. These conditions are, it is found that learners may fully utilize their conscious rules only when 3 conditions are met. These conditions are necessary and sufficient. The conditions are, number 1, time. Learners should have sufficient time to contemplate over the conscious rules or the monitor, and then they could use those rules. Number 2, focus on form. Only time is not enough. The focus of learner should be also on the form. The learner should also focus on the correctness of the use. Rod Ellis is also of the opinion that focus of learner should also be on the form.
Sorry to interrupt. Respected chair, try to wind up the session within the time limit and remind the presenter about that. Thank you.
Okay, the third condition is know the rule. Knowing the rule is also a very formidable requirement. It is a well-known fact that structure of language is extremely complex, and the best of linguists so far could describe only a fragment of languages. Hence, all these conditions are not satisfied in case of learners who study in English medium schools. So this is the case that if tenses are taught through bilingual medium by using source language as well as the target language, then it can also play a role in teaching translation to students. That is the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your excellent presentation. Of course, tense is a problem, especially when you go from English, Hindi to English. I too, of course, find difficulty in translating Hindi tense and aspect to the English children, and the vice versa also. Thanks for presenting to the audience. Very, very critical problem. Thanks to you. Now the paper is open for discussion or questions.
All right. Can I have a question for Hajar, please?
Yeah, please.
I couldn't get it.
Yes,
Hajar,
Professor,
please.
please.
Can I ask? Yes, Hajar. Thank you. Hajar, you understand that adaptation is a completely different activity from translation. Now, through your adaptation in, translating children's literature, do you change names, for instance, from French or English names into Arab names?
You are talking about the cups.
Yeah. Do you change, for instance, Jane to, for instance, Fatima or something like that?
Actually, I don't have any idea about proper names, but the analysis was made at the level of food items.
You see, I ask you because some understand, some understand adaptation to change names from, French names into English, and English names into Arabic names, which is certainly completely different activity and may confuse everything, because Fatima never goes, for instance, to the bar, whereas Jane can go anytime to the bar. So you can, for instance, we have these sensitive cultural differences are there. So you don't do that, do you?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Okay. Thank you. Jazakumullah khair. It's all right.
Thank you.
I finished, Professor. Yeah, Professor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If there is no question, shall we wind up, organizers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can wind up, sir.
Shall we wind up? Okay. Okay, Prof. Thanks for giving me a chance in this occasion of, your webinar to chair this session. I'm really, really happy about it, because the plenary speaker Dr. Dana Awad. She gave a wonderful talk on the importance of translation training for translators and translator graduates. And there are other three important topics like editing and proofing translation within the context of training translators and investigating adaptation as a primary strategy for translating children's literature into Arabic, the critical evaluation. And the third one is on relevance of tense in teaching translation from Hindi to English to the school children. I am thankful to Professor Abdullah Muhammad, Jar Muhammadi, and Anil Kumar Swadeshi for their wonderful presentation. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. We express our sincere gratitude to Professor Rajendran for chairing this session, and to Dr. Dana Awad for her plenary speech, and to all the presenters for making this session very informative. With this, we are winding up this whole day, and I invite our webinar convener, Isa Muhammad, to wind up the whole session. Thank you.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Respected professors, scholars, and all participants, on behalf of the organizing committee and on my personal behalf, we thank you all for making the day a grand success. And without you, it wouldn't have been a grand success. And thank you to those scholars who have contributed in the field of translation studies. And tomorrow is the last day of our webinar, and we're going to start at 11 o'clock India time, 8:30 Yemen time. And we hope that you can be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isa. Thank you for everybody there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.